Oops. Okay. We should be good. Let's see how the audio sounds today. All right. That sounds good. Techno Parasite within. I was looking back at the video that we were watching it last time I was on, and it's just thinking about the nanoparasites, the nanotech concept, and whether or not, well, I say concept because I haven't looked under a microscope. I haven't found these things. I haven't identified them and known what I was looking at in relation to something else. But those little stringy things that I've seen in her slides or whatever, they looked an awful lot like the things I used to look at in my cheap ass little microscope at the school and at my house. I had a couple of microscopes, and it's almost like you're seeing floaters in your own eyes sometimes when you're looking at those things. But I don't know. Does that mean that there's little floaty things or there's little creatures that have been around here a whole lot longer than we were told about nano? Or is it just other things that they all look alike or whatever? I don't know. And is it a biotech creature? Is it you could consider it a parasite, right? If it's inside of you. Now let's pair that with, and that's kind of funny word to say pair in this instance, but let's pair that with our phones and what we know about Meta, what we know about Flickr, what we heard about with Hulu, and how the guy who created, or what they named after, named Hulu after, created this tech or whatever that was, I guess it was research, but applicable research that showed that you could change the way people behaved without their knowledge that you were manipulating them through electromagnetic frequencies, EMR. You could use a tower, a radio wave, to do the same. And flicker rate was a component of it, but a group of things put together was manipulative and kind of restructuring the way your brain was operating, and it could give you different opinions that weren't really your own. And to me, I'm thinking, okay, well, that's a good way to break apart bonds with family members. Like, it could make you distant and dismissive to your father and mother because they want to isolate the children. The state wants them. The demon, parasite, child-killing vampires want them. And if you have a bad relationship with them for whatever reason, if they're distant, if they're reluctant, if they seem to have changed, and you say, well, that was the socialization from school. Well, it's a funny thing. There's an awful lot of towers next to schools, too. And there's a lot of devices in front of faces, and there's a lot of bullshit and whatever the food that we're eating. They don't have to have the shots. Could still have some stuff in them. The hackable animals, what they were talking about with Uval, the Homo Harari there. Why does that one up there? I only want this one. That's not that one I was looking for. I'm looking for... Okay, so that... I put the Fit News on Spotify, but I also have it up here. So there is a new Fitwit channel on Rumble, but it's also on YouTube. I would prefer that you would go to the YouTube one first. We've already hit 10 followers, subscribers, whatever you call it. So it's taking shape. I finally got an idea for some banners. I got the little profile picture here. I think that looks pretty good. I actually like the way the profile picture came out. And then over time, I'll probably alter these so that they're more, well, less, what do you call that? logo, I don't know, whatever, less of a of an advertisement for the actual page or channel. But in the beginning, when you want people to recognize it, you got to put something on there that's kind of similar and repetitive per upload. At least that's my theory. So that's that. Continuity, right? I had a lot of fun taking this video. It took a long time to do all the edits, but it's a section of one that we watched when I was going over Nocturnal Kent and the Greg Doucette video. And I edited out so many pauses. I am William Shatner. Holy shit. I am Captain Kirk, the living, breathing Captain Kirk. Except I'm not a Jew. The only difference. And I think I look better in a tight shirt. But other than that, he's his pauses for no reason. I can't make fun of them anymore. I just can't, because I just pause and I'm thinking to myself, I'm watching myself while I'm doing these edits, and I'm constantly clipping out the pauses, the amount of times I say so, getting annoyed with how many times I say, because these are all things that I'm jogging. They're placing so as not to have, dead air, even though I'm having plenty of dead air with my pauses. That's how long it takes me. That's how long it takes me to spit out a thought sometimes. Not every day, but some days it's like that. And I'm really starting to believe that there's something going on. Like, I don't think I was like this all the time. And I really think it has to do with the concussion that I had from that car accident. It was a severe concussion, and it jacked me up pretty good. And everybody got away with it. And I ended up having to pay for a new vehicle. It's the most injustice when it comes to things that aren't fatal injustices in my life so far. So it's kind of bullshit. Especially the timing. Not too long after lockdown. So we were just still recovering from being without income. Well, we were still making money off of the internet, but still, the whole point was it was fucked up. And everybody got away with it because a Mexican female police officer decided to take care of their own. Absolute bullshit. Guy almost kills me, and it's my fault somehow. They just decided so. So is anybody here? Let's say hello if you are. Go ahead and drop something in the comments here. I am not sure what's going on with. So is anybody here? Oh, look. Let's say hello. It's finally doing stuff. It's not headless. When you say headless, are you talking about Headless Giant? A guy that's on with the occult rejects often? You said check with Headless. It's working now. Okay, so for a while there, guys. Oh, good. We're up to 259. For a while there was. Wait, I also have to ask you. Let me double check this by clicking. Oh, now you are. There you go. Now you are officially a VIP, Billenswaffen. You guys just gotta let me know. Have you tried starting a new stream? Yeah, so it's working now. Just between last broadcast and this one, it was just spinning and spinning and spinning with a black screen, and it said I was still alive, but I wasn't. So there was some sort of miscommunication, probably between that Rumble and OBS, or something got stuck up in the server. But these things also aren't showing my VODs even when they're not super long. They're not saving. Like the Dr. Glidden day, that didn't save. I'm pretty sure I broadcast on here. So this is one of my fears. It's not my fear. It's more like my suspicion. So I did this. It bothers me, and I think it should make everybody uneasy, but also more maybe involved. When you have the potential for something to help along whatever signals or manipulation spiritual manipulation, vital force manipulation, mental, whatever, coming through a flicker rate in addition to other impulses and frequencies right directly at something your child's looking at. And then there could be internal things helping boost that signal, or, it's communicating with it from within them to make them different. I think it's really important to consider that that's a possibility and that it's also happening to you, whether you know it or not. So it should make you uneasy. It shouldn't be something taken lightly. The amount of times I said certain things when I was doing that editing. Wow. All right, well, we're here. Get rid of that. Get rid of... So Connor Murphy, guys. I don't know if you know who he is, but you're going to find out by the end of this. Connor Murphy was a goofball fitness influencer. Everybody starts off as either a fat or a skinny kid, right? So that's not really part of the story, but it kind of is. Then he got into bodybuilding and probably performance enhancing drugs, as do most. And maybe he didn't. Maybe he until he got older. But anyway, his claim to fame is having what looks like two shirts on. This is how lame this joke is, right? Having two shirts on, and then pulling one off, and both come off because it was just a little tiny piece of thing right here across the V-neck or whatever it is. And I guess that's supposed to make girls giddy, and their reactions were so. And then he would make millions and millions of views and a career out of taking off his shirt. Yeah, I know, right? Some people just don't really have to try very hard in life. So anyway, that happened for quite a long time, and then he was dropping off. It wasn't as clever anymore, because how many fucking times can people watch the same thing happen with slight variations? And how is that a trick in the first place? They call it a trick, like it's a magic trick. It's more like I don't know, if you did that to most people, you would consider that to be potentially sexual harassment. I don't know. But let's go to YouTube here for a second. I'm going to go into this is going to be Instagram heavy tonight, because we're going to look at all the Instagram stuff. I should probably do this anyway, so I'll just go. Not Cooner. Cooner Murphy. He's a little cooner. So there's this is his latest manifestation, I guess you could say. And Nick, strength and power. Oh, they get another one? Alright, fuck it. I'll open this link for later. Yeah, fake t-shirt tricks. Okay, hold on. So this is 9 years ago.
Alright, so the game...
This is 3 minutes long. I'll just show it to you. This is how fucking stupid this is. This is enough to make you, I don't know. There's 63 million views on this. Right. Oh, if you push out your belly and then you suck it in, that's a trick. Woo, magic. That's worth 12 million views, apparently. Jesus Christ.
Game is, I'll give you 3 guesses, 3 chances to guess the color of my shirt under my jacket, the color of my shirt underneath my jacket.
So you can see, obviously, you can see a little bit of red there. And this is the trick. Haha. And some of these outtakes, the girl was disgusted. Like, she would be holding the microphone, and he'd be like, "I'll hold the mic," or whatever, and take off his shirt. And they'd be like, here's the mic, and they would walk away. There's outtakes come out in one of his it's not really a documentary. It's like an advertisement for his coaching that lasts for an hour and 45 minutes long. And he calls it or that Brett guy called it his magnum opus. I'm looking at it. I'm like, here's a guy who's told everybody he's an actor. You can never know when he's being truthful or if he's being a character, when he's acting crazy or when he's acting just like, I don't know, drug addled or whatever, or just mental, you know? Maybe no drugs, maybe no drugs necessary. Maybe he's just a little kooky. But if you if you saw that whole video, or you got it, I got 30 minutes into it and I realized that this was just an advertisement, and he's attempting to be sincere, or who wants people to take him as being sincere. But I think it's all a big fucking joke, because then he keeps on reverting back to his coaching classes that he's selling, and it's like, if you're trying to be descriptive of your past, are you influenced or motivated by, this is 3 years ago, motivated by not having enough money to continue to do nothing for a living? Is that the issue? You're not making enough to do nothing for a living still, so you gotta really push these coaching classes on how to do whatever the fuck it is he's doing. And as the whole backstory, his resume, his portfolio that he's presenting to you in a way that he wants you to view it, so that it's, again, there it is, reinforcing his claims that he is in the know or has a special knowledge of something that he can share with you. So what do you do with that? So I don't know. I was trying to watch. Because the guy's dead, apparently. So they say, drowned. So I wanted to see, is there any substance in this human being? Is there anything worth mourning? I did enjoy some of his stuff. I learned about him probably 4 years ago. Maybe it was a little bit after that. Maybe it was after he started getting a little kooky. Maybe it was after people were reporting on him, like probably Craig Doucette, and being a little harsh on him, even though everybody who's on the internet, even when they seem like they're trashing each other, they're usually friends in reality, and it's just their game of they're mentioning each other in their own videos, and they're creating the drama, and the drama creates clicks and views, and everybody makes money. And then they do it to each other back and forth. They have their little soap opera dramas, and those two people are both making money off of it, and they're on the side, they're friends, because in reality, it's all for that. It was all bullshit in the first place, right? So there's so much LARPing and nonsense and fake shit going on out there. That's why it's hard to find genuine, honest people and then just about anything. And even when you're doing things like you think you're doing something like sharing something that is potentially dangerous, controversial, unpopular, but you think it's important, you don't know if the people that you are also inspired by, or that you think have good information that you're using to support your presentation, you don't know if those people are honest or sincere either. The information is where you look. You don't look at the people that are presenting it so much. Does this stuff hold up? Sometimes it's okay to take the person with it, at least for the most part. But I've had people I've been in contact with before that were not decent human beings. They had good presentations, short ones, but they're the who they are in real life and what they present to the world are two separate things. And that person that's in real life, the way that they are really ugly personalities, bad people, very, very bad people. And it's unfortunate, because once I learn who they really are, I can't really, in good conscience, use them as a reference anymore. I have to find the same information, but omit them from it. As in what I'm saying is find someone else, find some other good sources for material to further my understanding of things, or where I should go to do my own research. Like with Asha Logos, he tells you about the books he's read, and all that stuff, so you can go down those trails. Which, by the way, with the phone being broken, I lost all my read era PDF files. No, actual PDF files. They might, no, they'll still be on the internal storage of that phone. I still have that phone. I should take it to a real tech and see what they can do about moving some of the information onto that phone, because it has to be doable. I can't imagine there not being a protocol for when somebody has a broken screen. That should be the most common issue with a phone, and they should be able to extract the data from that phone and put it on the other one. I just now got access back to my Awesome Hot Sauce Instagram page after a week. It's crazy. And all I did was edit something. And then they acted like they did me some big favor and say, "Would you like to restore your data? We locked you down." It's like, "Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I know. I remember." And it's like, "Would you like to restore the data that you had?" I said, "No." And it's not like the automated thing says, "Oh shit, sorry, didn't realize that was you." They don't say that. There's no apology with AI or automation with software. They don't say, "Oh, so we dicked the guy whose content or this page, this account was theirs. We weren't saving you from the big bad boogeyman. We're so sorry." No, you don't get any of that. It just rolls right ahead. Keep on trucking. All right, so this is Connor Murphy. Fake shirt trick. Like I said, 63 million. I can only imagine what that's got to be at least $100,000, right? It's got to be way more than that. No, it's way more than that. 63,835,549 views. I sometimes get to 549. What the? I guess I gotta stop eating sugar first, all the way, and then I'll do the 46-year-old man T-shirt trick and see if I don't go to jail.
Wrong, then I get your number. One of your numbers, I'm gonna pick you. Okay? Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Does that sound fair?
Okay.
Wow, do you see the beak on that girl? Jesus Christ! How do you say you're from Israel without saying you're from Israel?
Okay, so give me your guess.
Red.
Look at the beak! Look at the beak! Oh my god, the side profile! It's like, what were the two crows' names in the old cartoon? Do you remember the crows? The two black crows? What were their names?
Red? Red.
Red? Why are so many people picking red? I don't. Oh my gosh, is it showing?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I can see your shirt, so.
You can see it?
I can.
It's okay, it's okay. Just keep going.
See that girl? She looks very unamused. The girl that says I can. Look at that. This girl's just happy anybody's talking to her. Look at that side profile. Imagine she was on a penny. Good God. I don't know. He's tall. He's like 6'2" or something like that. What do you think she is? 5'1"? The teeth point out too. I'm coming to get you, Varva. This looks like something that's hanging out in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
2 more guesses. Just go for it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be nice. Black, okay.
Green.
Green. That's a more unique guess.
Blue.
Blue?
Green. I feel like it's gonna be some absurd thing. Blue.
Blue, really? Unfortunately, all of those 3 are wrong. It's actually neither of those.
What?
You don't believe me?
I don't believe it.
Do you believe me?
No.
You don't believe me?
I can see it. It's red.
Do you believe me though?
No, not at all.
You don't believe that you're
No.
wrong. You guys want to see what it is?
Sure.
You want to see your new favorite color?
Oh. Yes. Oh my god. That counts.
See, she's not amused either, the other girl.
Not wearing these shirts. That's not fair. What?
Their reactions were better than yours.
Yeah.
This is a better color though, don't you think?
Yeah, but I have better abs than you.
Really? Can I see? Oh my gosh. Oh my god, she's got me beat. Wow.
That is her favorite color.
That's way better than red, right?
Yeah, it's a lot better than red.
Think about this. You could have made this video if you had, that going on. 10 years ago, you could have put that on YouTube and then bought a house. Think about that for a second. And that is the gayest belt I've ever seen, sir.
This is way better than red, correct?
Correct.
So I earned your number though, right? So you want to give me your number?
Sure.
But you did get it wrong, so I do get your number. All right, so I do get your number. You can just tell it to me and I'll remember it.
832. 518. 817.
He cups his ear. What the hell is that? Hold on, let me get my satellite pointed to the right direction so I can pick up your signal. And the humbling aspect of this is his rhetoric that what you see on the screen is where it always ended. I never actually called these girls. I'm an introvert, yada yada yada. And then later on, he's doing OnlyFans, so don't feel too bad for him. Okay. It's like everything he says and does there's a paradox, contradiction to it, or at least, I guess, overcomes that part of his humanity that makes him relatable and somewhat likable, and not a dick. He somehow overcomes he's kind of likable to make him. No, he's actually really a dick still. It's like whatever.
817.
281.
281. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I have one quick announcement. All right, I'm doing a video Q&A for my blog channel, so leave all your questions.
Okay, his teeth are all fucked up in this one.
On my latest Instagram page.
Anyway, so that's 10 years ago. Sorry I put you through that. Now, I don't know if I want to watch that. All right, well, we'll go to the page. There's two different ones. So there's this one, and then there's talks. Did I type it? Did I see it down there now? I'll have to follow this one too. I guess I'm on Fitbit right now, so I'll just do that. Oh, when you put glasses on, people are supposed to take you more seriously, I guess. It actually does work. So there's a lot of weird stuff on here, but the paradoxical philosophy of looks maxing. This is 14 minutes. This is more. I showed you this video before, but then here he is talking straight and sounding intelligent, but you don't know how much of this is really him or really him being able to appear to be normal. It's you can take whatever side you want, but it's still a belief system whether or not you believe one or the other. Because there's times where he can act like he's crying, and then he stops and he's normal again. So it's okay. People don't like being fooled like that. People want to, be compassionate or show sympathy or empathy when you're going through something. They don't want you to constantly be fooling him. And this guy did fake his death before, 6 years ago. He took ayahuasca. People were blaming it on the ayahuasca. That changed him. And it's not so much the drug. It's not like the drug changed him. Like, it's not like it's crack or meth. Even meth has some, depending on what kind of, how dirty it is, maybe not able to be the thing that actually changes you, but it's the experience and what it's showing you that most people can't handle. So with ayahuasca, it's not the drug, it's being made aware of things that certain minds, especially Hylics, were never meant to understand. They're never meant to be exposed to, and it sure as hell can't handle. And there was, I don't know if it was Terrence. It wasn't Terrence McKenna. It was maybe someone that Joe Rogan was talking to. Help me out here if anybody knows this story, where someone said that they had been taking DMT. DMT is, ayahuasca derives it. So does If you've ever had Salvia divinorum, that's like a DMT experience as well. It's all very fleeting. Ayahuasca just happens to last longer than the DMT. Very short, but time is really warped and irrelevant in those headspaces. When you're taking ayahuasca, it's by our definition of, Chronos time, Saturn's little timepiece. It actually lasts longer than the other experiences. So this is the thing that he put out, and he was really so sad because he didn't get as many views as he wanted to. And it's Escaping the Cult of Bodybuilding, the full story of Conor Murphy's insanity. He wrote that. And through it, you can listen to it, and you could maybe, if you were only half listening to it, you wouldn't pick up on some of the artificiality. Is that a word? Superficiality would be one word. Maybe it's artificial feel to it. Like, after a while, you start to feel like you're being pitched by a guy who's trying to sell you a used car. And whether that's just your speaking voice, because you can always, there's so many things you can consider. Like, if you're trying to give somebody the benefit of doubt, which I run through all these scenarios all at once. That's why I break up a lot when I'm talking, because I'm thinking of 10 different ways to say it or express the same thing. And as I'm going through one of them, I think of another element, and then I pause and try to wedge that into the sentence as well, instead of just go one by one. Working on it. I'm only 46. I'm sure I'll be just fine next week. Anyway. This is I guess worth watching, but I wouldn't watch the whole thing. Video is maybe appropriate. How old do you fucking think I am? What does that mean? Why is it blocking me? Are you fucking out of your mind? Why the hell am I not allowed to watch it on this one? That is crazy. I can't believe it's doing that. You're not National Alliance of Eating Disorders. You're not alone. Why? Because you brought up being that the fitness community has eating disorders. I don't understand why it's not letting me play it. I wasn't going to play the whole thing. I was just going to show you a short preview of it. But why is this account not allowing me? I'm age verified. They know who the fuck I am. And by some viewer that it's not appropriate. How do you fix that? How do you not have that problem? Are you out of your fucking minds? All right, well, we're switching accounts then.
This was done naturally.
See, look at that. I switched accounts and it's playing. Why is it that account not allowing me to play it on? What? Anyhow, I only got into like I said, about 30 minutes of this stuff. But you hear this and then you see this other thing. So I'm going to go back. That's Conor Murphy Talks.
You motherfuckers have it. You motherfuckers have an unhealthy relationship with death.
Right, and that was his way of saying, and I think they cut it there too early. I think he also says there's nothing to be afraid of. That's what people are saying. I don't know. I think that's actually where he cut off the video. Maybe there's other times where he said that. Maybe it's a routine thing that he says. I don't spend a lot of time paying attention to him. I just saw his more recent Luke's Maxing things a couple months ago and thought they were funny. I was like, hey, Conor's back and he's just as crazy as before, but it's still fun. It's entertaining.
In order to find ourselves.
Shut the fuck up. Just stop. Give me this actual account. And then there's this thing where he is. Yeah, I've shown you this one. This is what you just saw. I played you before. This, R.I.P. Elon Muscular. I don't know why that's I guess he's talking about himself. But if you have an opportunity, watch this, The Paradoxical Philosophy of Looks Maxing. It's actually, again, if you take it for what the way it's, I guess, intended to be taken, which is serious, I don't know, then he's very articulate and makes good points, and he sounds intelligent as fuck. And if I go into my history, there is when I was on the elliptical late last night, there was this was not worth it. I don't think Brett Maverick is really, again, another person who's rich doing nothing, right? But he's not very doesn't have a lot of depth of his character. He's not very, so his interpretations, I don't think, are the greatest. And everybody just default blames ayahuasca as if they don't. It's just, it shows how low comprehension or naive people are when they talk about things that they certainly have no concept of firsthand. Like they don't know that world, so they just default blame everything. Oh, Connor changed after he did that. Well, yeah, maybe he did, but is it the ayahuasca or is it the truth that was too much for him to handle? There's a difference. There's a difference between a drug, because that's not an addiction. You can take anything multiple times. Like you can't be addicted to certain drugs that aren't physiologically addictive. That you can't be addicted to what's that word? Oh, like ecstasy, but it feels so good. Of course, you'd want to do it, and it gets in your head like you would want to continue to do stuff like that. But it's not addictive like heroin or alcohol would be. But still, people blame the wrong things. Somebody's having a hard time dealing with something that they've either realized about themselves, have a hard time living with self-actualization or Gnosis in a world where you're still trapped in it and there's no escape. There's no like door like in Truman Show to get out. It's one thing to be the mouse and not know that there's a maze, and that's just life. It's another thing to be aware of the maze, and then it's another thing to be aware that the maze has no escape route. Dealing with all of that is too much for certain people, and those people weren't ever supposed to know the truth because it just makes them do everything that Connor did, basically. This is also a very good interview. Connor Murphy's last interview. I don't know if that's true or not.
Just want to mog other men.
But this is, I guess that's the kid right there, Austin Wayne. He seems like he's a very vapid individual, as in hollow, useless. I could be wrong, but the questions are very shallow, as is but what he says is very articulate and sounds very normal. And since this one's only 8 minutes long, I'm going to play this because I think this is, besides the one that's 14 minutes long that I pointed out, probably the best way to, if anybody gives a shit out there, to remember Connor as being an intelligent human being when he wanted to be. And all the other things he did were probably mostly stunts, because think about this. He's a super intelligent kid. He was going to Georgetown when he started doing his internet thing, and he was bodybuilding, obviously, at Georgetown. Little skinny stick of a kid with glasses when he was younger. And he was going for something to do with mathematics and some other thing. Very, very high level intellect type of pursuits. So he was doing well, and he's a smart kid. This is my whole point of bringing that up. So if you have that, there's not going to be, you have to be entertained, or you're going to be fulfilled with a higher level of things, right? So when something gets dull, or you are only followed or supported or liked by a group of people who have a very definitive and limiting expectation of you and what they expect from you to continue to do, it could make somebody who's intelligent want to alienate their audience and become resentful of that, right? So let me just read what I had written here. Oh, you guys are here. Sweet. All right, here, I'll get to the chat in just a second. That must happen. So, and I'll read Peter Skull too, because I think he and I have something in common there. All right, so it says, Honey, who hijacked the kids? Is nanotech in your blood and everywhere else? Is it an interface with your devices? If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go reference back to the video that I posted previously. And you'll see the video that I had been playing and the woman with who's into microscopy. It's what she was showing and discussing. Anyway. Is it an interface with your devices? Yes. Are smart dust sensors all over, including within? What's that they're spraying above? Is this a final component? 'Cause basically, we could be breathing this shit in all the time. Is this a final component to make us hackable animals, as they say, as Yuval Harari says, who should be drawn and quartered in the public square? Are the devices you give your children changing them, but not just by program influence? Is there a technological component that is altering their personality and sending information back and forth from their phones and the tech within them? Are the towers and their EMR frequency emissions also saturating our environment with manipulative power over how we think and treat one another? Parasitic tech is contaminating us all. To what extent is left to be determined? Now, let me read about Connor. Connor Murphy is allegedly dead by drowning, and people, his so-called friends, who have no idea how to piece together a thought, and who themselves have no depth of character, are all chiming in to blame Connor's many odd personas and behaviors on ayahuasca. Oh, Connor changed. Well, Connor was always kind of different than you guys because he was a lot smarter than you guys. But because of the circles that he attracted or was a part of the industry of, which was the fitness influencer, fitness celebrity type thing, well, then you have other people that are of that ilk, and not all of them are super high comprehension people with a very good vernacular or lexicon, very articulate human beings as he was. So that alone might not reward you the way you would want it to. You know, your friends are not rewarding you. You're not really you're an introvert as it is, at least up to a point. And you're taking these psychoactive drugs that are making you aware of your differences from yourself and other people, but also making you aware of things that you maybe didn't want to know and were hoping you could forget after learning. It's not so much that it's a hallucination. If it was, that would be probably better. When you see some of these things, and there are deceptions within these types of experiences too, that will lead you into a very dark place if that's what you allow yourself to go down. And it could just be a bunch of deception. You come back not a very good person because something might have crawled up in your ass, if you know what I mean. But the other way it goes is that you see those deceptions and you see that you're living in a place that's actually quite hostile toward human life. And you recognize that it's always been there, because I've gone through this experience, so I'm explaining what I saw. This whole entire place is quite literally a fucking prison. And it's a spiritual one, if you want to call it that. There's always something watching. It doesn't have anything to do with technology. There's always something present and aware of you. And it's mocking you. and all the chemicals that they put in there, the shit that you rub on your bodies are basically in their realm, or it's actually like equivalent to feces. They laugh at you washing yourself with their own piss and shit. Like that's what these chemicals are: methyl this, methyl that, methane is shit. You know, it's like that type of bullshit that I'm getting at. It's deeply embedded that this is a very screwed up place with very screwed up programming, meaning television, the media, saturating your brain, and what's that word? Desensitization to it is what makes us part of the problem. Because people laugh at some horrific shit. People don't realize when the evil is even expressing itself anymore because it's become so normalized that they really are changing people to be more like that evil, that wickedness here. And when you understand that, yeah, there really isn't until you're dead, I guess. And even is that an escape? Because it's more like what the people they call the Gnostics believe, right? That this is actually, you're basically in a fucking jar and someone shook it. You know, this isn't someplace that has an escape hatch. Just because you're aware of what it is. Okay, well, you became self-realized. You became self-actualized. You achieved Gnosis. You became aware of the problem. That doesn't make the problem go away. So I love when these people say that they're woke or that they've been awakened and they think it has something to do with knowing who the bad guys are, and half the time they don't even know that to be accurately, right? And they're pawning themselves off as if it's some sort of epiphany, freeing experience. Like, I can't remember the woman's name now. The one that pretended that I'm going to say pretended that she was a sex slave. I don't know what her name was. I can't anymore. Catherine O'Brien. Yeah, a lot of her story doesn't check out. But it's not like, hey, I was raped and tortured. And it's like, this is like her story. I was raped and tortured, and then some guy who's higher than the CIA came in and rescued me. Well, if he came and rescued you, that just means that he has he didn't rescue you. He took you on, and then you were reassigned, basically. Instead of retiring you out in the pasture, he took you in. But it doesn't make him better. He didn't rescue you. He didn't, like, all of the stuff that they program you in with also give you false memories. If any of this is true, Kathy, you shouldn't be diminishing people's actual experiences and diverting attention away from people who actually did go through these types of hells with a satanic ritual abuse, and have the focus of the attention on you and your wonderful, freeing experience of getting out of there. Because I think it's a big bullshit lie, because people can look at her and say, well, everything's solved then. It's like a TV show. Everything got fixed itself at the end of the broadcast. You can stop thinking about it now. And that's a great insult and an injustice to people who really do go through this shit. Most of them have their faces ripped off just before they die of shock, and their intestines pulled out, and they're eaten by fucking these cannibal pieces of shit. So there's that. Just because you say you were used and you name all these, it's like when you start naming celebrities and presidents and politicians, you know that you're not attempting to gain popular approval or acceptance of your story. It's like half the people you want to think that you're a cuckoo, and the other half are cuckoo, so it's fine, right? They're the UFO community. Like, people, even if that was true, they could tone down their story a little bit and say, you would never believe it if I told you who these people were. Well, let's just say. And that would be a better way of expressing it if you actually want people to believe you. And then the whole idea that you were rescued, no, you were basically purchased. And that guy didn't do you any favors. Because if he's working with the people that were putting you through that hell in the first place, and you're saying he's above them, that means he would have had the power to stop it from happening. But, and then I guess she marries this guy. The whole story is bullshit. So anyhow, it's not running in tall grass like a Gaia commercial, Gaia TV. You're not wearing yoga pants and running in tall grass without any socks on, doing your slow motion jog toward each other. This is not what being aware or becoming aware of things feels like. It's very unsettling. And for some people, it's extremely unsettling. And I think that's where the blaming of the ayahuasca needs to kind of stop. I don't think that these other people would ever better, because you give the same drug to 10 different people. If 3 of them are Hylics, they're probably going to do something stupid or laugh or cause damage, be violent. They're going to do something that's not exactly what you would consider mind expanded people type of behavior, because they don't have the capacity for it. And then they're going to be, let's say there's 3 of them that are what they call the psychic, the person in between, who has the ability to become a pneuma, but isn't quite there yet. Well, that will probably be their path to becoming a pneuma, if they ever can make it there. And then there's the pneuma that are going to take that experience and do something positive with it, and they're going to be truly creative and inspired after the fact, also carrying the burden of the understanding of the reality of the situation. But the ones that are not meant for it, like I always say, you can't bronze a turd. You need something there to expand. You need a soul. You need something that's growing into something else. If you don't have that something else, it's not going to grow. There's nothing to grow. That's why you give people a certain type of street drug even, and they do something absolutely fucking stupid, like try to eat your face in Florida. Homeless guy tries to eat somebody. You give that to somebody else, and they're like, they're intently reading and they're inspired to do something that's gaining something for them. And they're, for the first time, seeing life through a different lens. And it's a more truthful lens. Remember, same thing. Both people got it. But the guy who has a history of crack abuse and is just a low-level degenerate human being, you give him that stuff, not crack, but the other component I'm talking about, and he goes and tries to eat somebody's face. The other guy is doing something completely different and non-harmful to other people. Same substance. So you can't blame the substance. It's what it interacts with. And not all of us are built the same. Not all of us have the same abilities, capacity, and I don't even know if some of us are built or created by the same creator. Be 100% with you. Anyway, it says Connor's many odd personas and behaviors on ayahuasca. Oh, they were blaming it. That may have been the event, but it wasn't the cause. It was the experience derived from it, maybe. Remember, you can't bronze a turd and you can't level up in the spiritual caste system if you are a Hylic. You simply lack the essential component. Sand can't be water. Just because it sees water, it likes the idea of water, it wants to be like water. Sand can't be water. It can be very troubling if you see too much, if you have even a short holiday out of the spell cast on your perception. And that's what it is. It's like, hey, the fog cleared for a second. Oh, God. Like that movie Mist with all the creatures in it. Like if you see those crazy alien things, you're like, whoa, okay, more fog, please. I don't want to see that again. It can be very troubling if you see too much. I already said that. So Gnosis is something that bears some very unsettling realizations, as well as the self-actualization potential. That's like sit-up meditation stuff. The remembering of who you are. if you get sent a signal that you are an intruder and you don't belong in that realm of awareness, it may be detrimental. Not because you were mistaken or hallucinating, but because you were more right than most everyone, in the sense that you saw more truth and saw through the more BS. The problem is when you have no actual escape route. Knowing is a curse to those still stuck in the snow globe or the mouse maze. And then we'll get into social media. Let me go back into the end of the chats here now that we have some stuff going on here. And I'm glad that this is working over here finally. If you guys haven't followed over on the Crusaders thing, if you're already on Crusaders and you're viewing, do me a favor, share the show to other people that are on here. Let's try to get kicked up. But we got 41 more to go to get to 300. Let's try that. Yeah? All right. And then be back over here. Whoops. But yeah, also Fitwit on Rumble. Right now, it doesn't have enough followers to get to the what do they call that? Reserving the unique link, so that actually has a name instead. But on YouTube, we already have 10 whole subscribers, guys. Let's do a refresh on that beach. 11. Look at that. Ah, breaking it. We got money to spare now. I got 10 plus 1. All right, let's keep it going though. I put a lot of work into this, even though I kind of was able to do it on another episode of what I normally broadcast. Putting out the extra images and cool stuff into it was a lot of fun. I haven't done a video edit on DaVinci Resolve, like a big one, in a long time. This took 2 days to do. I did it for a few hours each day, and it came out good. I always see a way I can make improvements after fact, and how, man, holy shit, how many times do I just check out? I'm not checking out. I'm just thinking, or waiting for my brain to unlock so that I can think, find the words that I'm looking for, or just sift through the Rolodex of all of the options that I have to say the same thing, because I'm constantly just, I could say it better and express it more relatable, or make more sense to more people if I say it this way. Oh, and then there's this other element I should talk about too, and they all get like traffic jammed in my head, and it's never. I just maybe need to take some Ritalin the moment I sit down here, I guess, or maybe 20 minutes beforehand, right? 40 minutes. Maybe that's what I need to do. I bet you that would actually be helpful. But yeah, I'm really feeling good about this. I love the way this shit looks now, and it's gonna be good content. It's gonna be good times. Let's go to the chat, and then we'll go to what he said there. I'll move my head. Do you prefer on the white screen, or you want me to do it on the black screen? Does it make a difference? All right. Pewter Skull said, "Bro, you and I." Sorry. Let me read the actual words there instead of the ones that I wanted to make up because my brain's retarded. It says, "Bro, you are not the only one. I suffered a grade 3 concussion from a car accident." Yeah, I don't know what they just told me that I had a severe one. I don't know what that means. Severe is not a number rating, so I don't know. My head hit the side window. Felt fine. Next day, vomiting, difficulty talking. Went right to emergency room. To this day, I still have memory issues sometimes. That was years ago. Car accidents fucking suck, says Irvat. Hello, Irvat, and hello, Peter Skull. And how am I allowed to do? Oh, I'm thinking of the other place. How do I do that? I gotta do it on a whole different page. Never mind. Peter Skull says, "Take it easy. Phone is ringing. Have a good one. Take care, bud." And then Irvat says, "What is the deal with these retards punching themselves in the face and claiming it's maxing?" Well, let's just know that Connor was making fun of a lot of the stuff, but also, yeah, that does not. I explained it in that other video. Is that a lot of the stuff that they're getting, they're pulling this from, they're deriving it from, are actual studies that are published, like on PubMed and stuff like that. And it's not something that would be considered your general practitioner practice stuff that he tells his patients to do, but it's stuff that the community of retard doctors and research people who have nothing better to do than to derive research money from, or grant money from evil people who want you to they want to put an authority or a validation or a legitimization onto a really stupid thing. And what the looks maxers do by taking an idea that's been proposed by their gods at the the medical allopathic science and running with it, is because they're taking these concepts, ideas, proposals, theories, so-called theories, hypotheses, whatever, and they're applying it to their life in a way to do something that is maybe narrow scoped when it comes to like your appearance. But what it looks maxing is actually doing is it's shining a light on how absurd the held beliefs of the deeply embedded, high-ranking research, science, blah, 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 behind allopathy, just how insane of a cult it is. Because they're exposing it by living it. They're taking these things, these obscure, very abstracts, kind of funny, right? From PubMed and whatnot. And they're applying these ideas to themselves. And when it sounds crazy to other people, it's like, well, they didn't pull that out of a Reddit. Reddit might have been sharing it. People on Reddit might have been sharing it, but somebody thought they were smarty pants because all these people have an allegiance to this cult of allopathy and polypharma. That's why they're always on all these peptides and stuff like that and taking steroids, because they believe what they do and how they harm themselves with these steroids. Oh, we'll just take another drug to block the estrogen or make my dick hard again. It's like, it's all about belief in hacking your body because they're so committed to the cult and philosophy of allopathy, and of deeper, the biggest cult of it all is the death cult, that doesn't have any respect for your vital force, for your body's natural ability to do all of its functions the way that it's supposed to. So when you go and you intervene, you override, and you push aside the natural process, sometimes it doesn't bounce back because you've driven into the ground and it was a hostile takeover of the controls that you never had to think about yourself in your life, because your body's natural vital force, your spirit, whatever you want to call it, was handling all these functions for you without you having to ever think about them. And then because you're convinced that you need a certain number on a piece of paper for your testosterone, it certainly couldn't just be because it's easier to believe that you don't have enough testosterone than it is to believe that you just need to work out harder and be more consistent and have more determination and an effort put in, right? You don't want to believe that you're going to have to do more work. So you're going to believe that you're just low test, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. And then you're going to hijack your body. You're going to screw up your balls. You're going to be like, step aside, balls. We're taking over. And then you expect them to come back and do things afterward. After you've tanked them and kicked them off to the curb for sometimes 6 months, a year, 2 years, however long you're hitting yourself up with steroids, right? Well, you wouldn't be doing those things if you believed in God, nature, your vital force, nutrients, and all these other things that you support your body's an inborn ability to handle all of its functions, and all you do is give it its raw materials, which are the nutrients and the minerals that I talk about. And then you stand aside and let it do its thing. You don't push it aside thinking that you're smarter than your own makeup. And I say makeup, and I'm not talking about the guys who put it on their face. Your own components, your own build, your own structure, the thing that makes you who you are. So yeah, it's a cult with the deepest belief, and it's very funny that Israelis or the Jews, the death cult elite, are so involved in supporting and promoting looks maxing from people like, well, that was loud. For people like, why did that do that? Was that on the outside? Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? I wasn't supposed to do that. Like the notification shouldn't have come across my speakers on my TV. That was weird. But yeah, they're the people who want they want people out there who are influencing others to make themselves sterile, become dependent upon pharmakia, which would mean like, okay, now you screwed up your testosterone for life. You're going to need to pin yourself for life. And if they want to put something in a shot that you will take, why wouldn't they put in the ones that you do take rather than the ones that you won't? So if they wanted to put nanotech and replicating this and growing that and self-assembling this and whatever the hell else, dynabeads, poisons, hydrogels, all this shit, why would they put it in the one that you won't take? mRNA, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. If you won't take those ones, certain people won't. Well, then put in you'll take a tetanus? Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Bloop, here you go. Oh, you'll take Ozempic? Okay. Bloop, here you go. Oh, you'll take testosterone. You'll take testosterone replacement? Oh, okay. Bloop, here you go. You know what I mean? Don't inject yourself. And manipulating yourself in defiance of your own nature is the biggest fuck you to your maker and to nature yourself. It's a fuck you to yourself, and it's a consensual submission, and regardless if you believe it or not, a worship of the cult of science or the cult of Saturn. Because now you're going to be dependent on pharmakia, the way they do things. And it's not going to be good for your health. And it could be adding all kinds of funky shit. You might be becoming transhuman simply by doing the shots that you think you're in. And that, of course, Luke's maxing is the best thing. It teaches you superficiality. It teaches you materialism, how to try to make other people feel bad for who they are by mogging them, by being most of these people come from a place where they weren't good looking, so you think they would have some empathy for others and just want to be not picked on, but no, they want to go the extra mile and become the aggressor and become the bully, right? So these people don't have a lot to. They shouldn't have ever been given an opportunity. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's certain people out there. Not everybody is meant to naturally go places. Ascend. I was trying not to use the word ascend. It's almost like certain people's paths in life. And now, granted, this is a twofer, right? Some people's paths are what they are because of their shitty choices, and you should not try to help them out of their fucking problems and their plights because they did it to themselves. And the only way they're going to learn, or they're not going to learn, is if they handle and live with their consequences. And if people are going through a shitty time and you feel bad about them, feel bad for them, and you intervene, they might not be worth it, and they might drag you down. Or they might become monsters. You might have created a monster. So again, Jews or the cult, if you want to go, just make it generic, are really good at creating artificial, unnatural, never meant to be situations. So this is why they always focus on creating the celebrities out of the lowest of the low type of people. They recruit them out of prison to be influencers on YouTube and other places. They recruit them out of prison to be rap stars. They recruit them out of prison for all kinds of things, assets, confidential informants, gang stalkers. These are all low level things that have nothing to do with being an influencer. But there's also the celebrities. There's the actors. There's the rappers. There's the gay country rapper musicians with tattoos on their faces. All these people are recruited from jail, and they go and they find the most vapid people, and they bring them into the spotlight. And knowing that they have absolutely no discernible skills on their own, they become completely dependent upon that cult of white face for everything. And that means they're going to be loyal, because at any moment they can just pull the rug. Just pull the goddamn rug. And if you don't believe me, let me show you something. Clavicular had to play it cool after the man who flew him out to Israel kissed his new girlfriend while he was changing. And he's looking shittier than ever now. Look at. She doesn't like it either, but he's way fey, right? So he's just gonna sit there and cuck.
Yo, you are lean maxing. Am I lean maxing?
Bruh.
And then he says nothing about it. This is what happens when you mess with the weasels. Yeah. So this is just generic information that they say over and over. He should just be lucky that they haven't put him in a gutter yet, because that's coming. They're pretty much done with him. He lost his sponsorship thing with when he was the mascot for the Israeli who was also a Israeli mafia guy. Because what else are you when you're living in Miami and you're Jewish? But Israeli mafia. And that dude's a drug runner. A gun runner. So they used... he thinks that he was used for his popularity, which is kind of the inversion of the reality. He was made popular by that cult of Jews in the first place, and Peter Thiel and stuff like that. The cult made him popular because, again, no discernible skills, and at any given time they can just rug pull him. So let's give this 8 minutes, and then we'll go into more of the Instagrams.
I want Clavicular to be afraid to hit my jaw with a Cybertruck, you know?
Oh, fuck, hold on. Yeah, that's all right. I'll be over for this.
Back here once again with Connor Murphy, asking him a couple more questions. First of all, you've been creating more looks maxing content lately. What's making you want to get more?
So this, again, he jumps on things that are popular because, and remember, resent for your audience is probably where this all stemmed from. He got to a certain point, people only wanted to see certain things from him. When he wanted to take that audience and show them a different side of him, they responded by not responding. They responded by ridicule, by making jokes of him, by loss of viewer count, and stuff like that. So he got pissed. And if he did have a mind expanding experience like ayahuasca, where he's taking basically a prolonged DMT trip, but there's a lot more going on in that whole thing. When you come back from something like that and you realize the materialism of everything, and you then realize that even though you knew that you were probably smarter than your audience and smarter than your friends, now you see them as being lost souls, which is funny because they probably don't have much of a soul to begin with. They're probably just NPCs. They're probably just Hylics, and that's where the majority of views and subscribers come from on channels that do simple things, right? If it's not a kids audience type of channel, then it's, and I'm not saying kids are NPCs. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the things that get popular, it means it's suitable for mass consumption. What does that mean? It can't be too complicated. It can't be too racy, and it has to be simple concept, simple parlor trick formula type acts, and it has to be repeated all the time with slight variations, like that Anatoly guy with the, he's the guy at the gym. Like, how many gyms are left in America that don't know who Anatoly is, who can pretend to be a fake janitor at and do the deadlift thing, or the he's the press, the over the head press, while he's quote unquote vacuuming or whatnot. Like, how many times can you do that before you, as the actor, put 2 barrels in your fucking mouth and pull the trigger with your toe? I guess you could do it forever if you didn't have a lot going on upstairs. But to punch that clock every day when you have more that you like, people are showing him attention, and he wants the people to pay attention to him for other sides of his character, the dynamics of who he is. He's letting them in, and they're saying, "Fuck that, dude! More shirt tricks." You could see how that could make you a little bit like, you know what? Fuck everybody. Humans suck, and I'm just going to be a dick. And I'm going to play with their emotions. I'm going to pretend that I'm dead. I'm going to do this thing and the other thing. I'm going to act crazy and give bad advice on purpose. And because by this point, he's just playing characters because he is taking a piss at life, making a joke of it all. And I think him drowning had nothing to do with him being so much losing his mind. I think being aware of reality too much in a world that's crazy or asleep will appear more crazy than the people who actually are nuts. The people who are nuts are the ones who go to and do the thing and the routine without ever being aware of what the fuck is going on around them. That's crazy. Crazy is accepting the insanity and the evil in this world as if nothing's going on. That's nuts. Seeing video after video of empty skulls with flapping skin of babies being pulled out of rubble in Gaza and not feeling something inside that it's broken and it doesn't get fixed. That is crazy. That's crazy. Knowing that your country isn't your country because the same entity that runs Israel ran your country first and still does, and you being okay with that and not being fearful for your family's future, your daughter's future, her safety, that's crazy. You know what isn't crazy? Not taking the people who don't get what's going on very seriously and not giving a shit what they think, and just fucking around and having a piss at it because, hey, if you're not going to, accept me when I try to show you more of who I am, which I think this is what Connor did at first, then I'm just going to try to make this into a conflict content and say and do all kinds of crazy shit because fuck you. You're not going to dictate to me what I get to do on my channel. And I'm sick and tired of doing the same thing over and over again. Is where I think he was at. It's like he painted himself into a corner by having a theme. And then YouTube does this to you too. So it's not just the people. The moment you change your theme on your channel, the moment they should stop trying to micromanage everything. Just let people see the fucking the channels, all of them equally, and stop trying to categorize everything. It's only somebody who's trying to micromanage, manipulate, and when I say manage, I mean manage what is allowed to be seen. If they don't constantly fuck around with that stuff and just let it be open, you could change what you do. You could have different themes on your channels, no problem, and it wouldn't kick you out of the cycle. You know, it wouldn't kick you off the playlist. But YouTube has been like this since like 2012 or something, maybe 2014. Where the moment you change your shit, you do something a little bit different. YouTube's trying to play stuff. You know, it's like oh my god, what is this? What is that? Oh my god, don't let people see that. We gotta figure out what this is. It's like guy wore a red hat instead of a blue one in this video. Sorry, he should have worn a red hat. Okay. Well, his channel's fucking demonetized now because of that. So I guess we don't have to. He'll just stop eventually on his own. And then we get to the point where he could have been doing something shitty and dumb that day. We are to believe that he's the one who did all that stuff to his rental house, and that it wasn't the crazy girlfriend. Maybe, but if that's the same girl that stabbed him. And the story has been told incorrectly. They said that he was trying to hit her with a golf club, so she stabbed him. No. She was jealous of him. Jealous of some girl or whatever, or girls in general. And her jealousy, she stabbed him right here. You see the scar that I showed you in the other picture. And he had a golf club in his hand to defend himself from being murdered by her. She stabbed him good. And then the cops showed up. So that's been totally taken out of context. They said that she stabbed him because he was going crazy with a golf club in his hand. That is not accurate. And let's just say you can have a fun bender, do whatever the hell you want because you're rich and you don't do shit in your life anyway. You're in Thailand, for Christ's sake. Like, I think they hang people for marijuana, if I'm not sure. They shoot them, but somehow people still get lots of drugs and still do them out there. If you were to just clean up your place after you've went crazy with it and repainted the stuff and cleaned up after yourselves or hired somebody to do it for you, there wasn't a lot of damage. And let's say you were just having a fucking crazy time. I think it was an accident. I don't think it was a deliberate thing that he drowned. I don't think he thought he was going to drown. And it had nothing to do with the gold injections. By the way, Connor, I know you can't hear me because you're either dead or in Thailand hiding somewhere and pretending this, but you want monoatomic gold, not just regular gold. Monoatomic gold has those really strange properties to it. It's a powder. It's white. It's not the actual metallic gold. Don't inject that stuff. Don't inject any of it, really. But, you know, some people have been talking about this like in the crazy UFO circles for a long time about the monoatomic gold because they don't understand. I'm pretty sure that Ken Wheeler has discussed this. Monoatomic gold doesn't slip in and out of our reality. It doesn't go into a different dimension and come back. But that's what they're saying because they're saying when it's observed that particles in the molecular structure of monoatomic gold seem to disappear and reappear. So they're saying that must be a different dimension. It's multi-dimensional. It's not it's more, right? And I can't remember what the explanation was for what actually was happening, but I think it had something to do with magnetism. But either way, I think monoatomic gold was actually used by the highly advanced ancients in the past for certain things. They might have actually consumed it for some particular reason. And I would be more inclined to think that there would be something to that rather than taking metallic gold, which is a whole different thing. Just throwing that out there. Because apparently he was trying to become a golden boy, for real.
Maxing. and you just recently dyed your eyebrows as well. You're starting to get more into it yourself.
Dyeing my eyebrows might not be a bad idea, but I shave them too. Like I have this little thing that's got like a, you know how you put the little guard on it? Like, I think everybody gets this way when they get older, right? The hair starts growing in weird fucking places, like inside your ears. You gotta get your nose hairs, and then your eyebrows start to grow like you're the mad scientist or your Doc Brown or whatever. So, yeah, I do this every so often, but I do notice that they're grayer. They're a lot grayer. Everything's grayer. Maybe I'll dye my hair black.
Where's this coming from?
Okay. So one of my main issues with the original character I created is that everyone took it way too seriously. They didn't realize that the guy who went and presumptuously like disrobed in front of women was an act, and they made it their life mission to essentially improve their physique max as far as possible in order to gain validation from women. They thought that was their life's purpose, okay? They didn't realize that this was more of a fun, comedic character, and they took it too seriously. I think it would be hilarious if I restarted my YouTube channel, if there was this rebirth where
Look, if you don't look at Connor talking, you just look at this guy. He looks very feminine, very just empty and confused. And it's not nervousness, it's more like attention span loss. Like he asks the question, but he's like not interested in the answer, and he's just doing this. You just have a look at it. Look at it from two different perspectives. Look at it because you want to hear what Connor has to say, and then look at this guy and what he's actually doing, and all I see is emptiness. I think he is a look smack to this guy.
Actually, I repeated the same exact formula, but it's just neck up instead of neck down. So I'm basically doing Connor Murphy natural face transformation. Connor Murphy shows off his jawline on Omegle, and so it's face reveals, and everything's about the face. And it should be so redundant and obvious that it's just a character. Hopefully, and I'm even coming out with an original satirical video about looks maxing, along with some more philosophical perspectives that actually defend many parts of looks maxing. Many looks maxers are actually far more secure and philosophical and well-rounded than the average person, which is funny. It's more of the followers, the people who are following these looks maxers tend to get the wrong idea and tend to be.
Yeah, I feel like the community as a whole is kind of like it's toxic rather than the creators themselves.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I want to show people that you don't have to take looks maxing.
So if Connor is 6'2", this kid is pretty damn tall.
That seriously. Instead of it being a life or death situation, because it's not, by the way. There are ugly people that get way more girls than attractive people. There are ugly people that are way richer than attractive people. It's like, yeah, it's a stat that you should optimize, but you should treat your character like a character in a video game. Optimize as many skills as you can so you can complete as many quests as possible, but don't neglect other areas of your well-being just for superficial vanity, because you might become out of balance, and of course your looks are going to fade, and if you're attached to them for too long, you're going to suffer. So basically, I just want to mog. I want to become the best looks maxer of all time, so I can offer these young kids more propitious perspectives. And I think that I can really positively impact the looks maxing world, and it's going to be really fun to see how people respond to me basically repeating the same type of content, just doing it neck up instead of neck down.
Is there anything specific about your look right now that you really want to improve upon? Like, how do you plan to ascend from this level? Because I think you already look pretty great, but you might have something in mind that you want to do and to keep improving.
Oddly enough, he doesn't say drown. He didn't say I want to drown. So I don't think it was planned.
Yeah, appreciate it. So I just dyed the eyebrows. That was a huge upgrade. I had no idea how much eyebrows mattered. Mine were diffuse, sparse. They looked terrible, and I think it made a huge difference. So that was great, and I'm like, whoa, these little things can make a really huge difference, and I was unaware of that. I mean, man, what am I working on? I want to grow the jaw even more. I'm looks maxing. I'm not looks optimizing. I'm not looks balancing. I'm looks maxing. I don't care about being perfectly proportional. I just want to mog other men. I want I want Clavicular to be afraid to hit my jaw with a Cybertruck, you know? If he ran into my jaw, it would break his shitty little Cybertruck. So anyway,
That's the goal.
yeah, I just want to mog these guys. And let's see. No, I can't think of anything. Yeah, I'm trying to increase my zygoma a little bit too. Just all around more muscular face. Like in the future, maybe touch up the hairline. But that's about all I can think of at the moment.
It is. No, it's great. It's great. When you originally blew up, you got an insane amount of views. One of your shirtless videos are still like one of the top YouTube videos in views, especially in the fitness industry, more than anyone's ever gotten. Do you think the reactions would have been the same if you had an average face? Or do you think it was the combination of the face with the physique? Or is it mostly even the face? What's your opinion?
Not a very deep question. This guy's the wrong guy to be asking about philosophical questions. But if you go to that 14-minute video, there's some depth to it. And if you go to an hour and 45-minute video, until you realize that he starts to get very commercial with it, like the beginning of his story, it's I mean, it's a commendable thing. Like things, he expects you to overlook an awful lot, and I think that's the issue. Like he did push. You can't do. Here's what you can't do. You can't be resentful. Push and push your audience, push your friends. You know, go to extremes of trying to get a reaction, a negative thing. Like, you know, Jake Paul is like he builds everything on being hated, and some people can handle the negative energy. They're called Jews. What he did was kind of betrayal of a lot of things that people liked about him. You can't listen to the people who claim to be his friends and say, well, Connor changed a lot, and that's why we didn't hang out anymore. He really changed. I'm like, did he change, or did he just be more of himself more often around other people? After the ayahuasca experience, he could take it down. He could cut down. He could not try to quiet his inner self, right? The person who knows who he is. He knows he's this person, but doesn't show it because he's in a setting where people are this way. You've done that. Everybody's done that. It's like, you know where you are. So you just tone yourself down, and you kind of just like, you blend. And then there's other times where you're around other people that know you better, and everybody's cool, and you be more of yourself. Or you spend more time without anybody around you, so you can be yourself and talk to yourself if you fucking feel like it. It's like, it's whatever. Or you talk to your dog and your cat, like they're people. Like, but he did a lot of crazy shit that got people upset, and you can't really excuse faking your death, because he did that apparently he did that 6 years ago, and then also he was going off the deep end, and he then started saying a bunch of crazy things, but people didn't realize that it was a joke, because the people that he attracted as an audience in the first place were clapping like seals, half gay. It's mostly dudes who watch this shit. In reality, it's not girls watching him because he takes his shirt off. It's really not. It's mostly dudes. And those people aren't that bright. They're just probably grotesque human beings who don't see a lot of sunlight and want to aspire to be like him in some way, in their minds, in their LARPing fantasies. And they didn't like the change, and they definitely didn't like the way that they were felt betrayed. So you can't do that type of thing to a group of people and expect them to just roll with whatever you do next. So he doesn't really have a leg to stand on, but you can never, I guess, admit to the fact that you do crazy shit, and that at any given time you could be lying your ass off about, like right now he could be a character. He's the calm Connor who is talking about superficial shit, but you don't know what the hell he's actually what actually is going on. And what's funny is a lot of people who think that they have like a depth to themselves, when you hear them talk and the nonsense, meaningless shit that they talk about, you ask yourself, is this what they consider like deep intellectual, or spiritual introspection, or is this to them? I can only imagine what their friends look like if they're the deep one in the room. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's really tough because there are pros and cons to each one, right? So if you have an uglier face, you're more relatable. I think there are a lot of people that do my type of content that are more ugly. They're more relatable, so people are actually more motivated. If you're not relatable enough, people, it's just not aspirational because
The
people
Planet Fitness of
can
content
never
creators.
get to that level. On the other hand, if you totally look like an amazing Greek god, people are still in awe and they can't look away. So there are pros and cons to each archetype.
So did he just offhand call himself a Greek god? Yes. Yeah, he did. I'll be back.
So it's really, really difficult to say. I may be more relatable, but I may be not as cool looking. So it's part physique for sure, but it's really more about the reactions to the physique, and the reactions to the physique were predicated off the joke, the camera being there. Well, sometimes it was hidden camera, but there was always some gag that made them laugh. And a lot of people think that the laugh corresponded to them being like in awe of the physique, when really it was just like a magic trick and they were reacting to a magic trick. And cool, the physique was kind of secondary. You can test this out. Just go down the street and just be like, hey girl, what's up? And like show off your abs. She's going to be like disgusted. She's going to say, who is this jerk? This is what a douche move. So no, it was more of the fun atmosphere that I think really made the reactions. The physique was secondary. The face was probably tertiary, So yeah, obviously, like even if a homeless, some like decrepit, like bald, homeless, crazy guy probably couldn't pull it off, but
Yeah.
a lot of people could. More people could than you think.
Yeah. No, for sure, man.
And that they proved it. They proved it online. There are so many Connor Murphy clones. It's crazy. I've seen so many people do that kind of content, and it all works. Yeah.
No, for sure, man. But you started it. You're the OG for sure.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Of course, of course. Do you have any questions you want me to ask you, by the way?
Oh no, I think those are good questions. I mean,
Yeah.
that's basically the main one is okay. I'm coming back because this looks max. So what's the idea? And yeah, I said that. so
Yeah.
that's-
No, for sure.
that's it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do one more, and then I
Okay.
think we'll be good. All right, what do you think is the magic formula, like the most important thing to actually go viral?
Oh.
Yeah, secret to getting a shit ton of views and just getting out there.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's no surprise or secret that it's like the click-through rate, how many people click on your thumbnail, and the watch time, the audience retention, and also, how long they stay on your profile, etc. I mean, a good trick that I used back in the day and continue to use, especially when you're first starting out, because you really want to invest your time into a video that has a potential to go viral. If you're just kind of making average content, you're wasting your time because you don't even have an audience you're showing it to. And so I would think of the title and thumbnail beforehand. I think Mr. Beast, he was more public about this strategy. That's what I did before I heard Mr. Beast speak about that. Is I would imagine a good title and thumbnail beforehand that people would click on, and then I created the content revolving around that title and thumbnail. And so you
It's
don't
people that act like there's some sort of science behind that. Mr. Beast had a lot of other things going on. His growth was not natural or organic, and now he's tied a knot with or made a blood oath to the Rockefeller Foundation of all things. And he's heavily funded by you-know-whats. So it's not organic. Even if they selected him after the fact, there wasn't a whole lot going on YouTube when these people got popular. There wasn't all these layers of fuck you in place by the Alphabet Corp or whatever the hell they call that. The Google Mint hadn't infiltrated YouTube yet. When YouTube was still YouTube, it was easy for lots of people to be seen. And there was a thing called old YouTube, new YouTube. They called them legacy accounts. Slowly over time, they implemented so many layers of automation and checks and balances, and not in a good way, but more like to ensure that they're only allowing certain things to be seen because they're picking and choosing. That's called, if you really want to know what the fascism that they try to apply to the people who were anti-Bolshevik, to say that, you know, your way is the only way that matters, and if you feel something isn't right, then you impose that on others. Well, who better to have that moniker than a liberal, to be honest, right? They don't like something, they virtue signal about it, and they want to make everybody else stop doing it. Like guns, they serve an amazing purpose. It's called protecting yourself, and whatever else reasons you want to have it. There's no explanation needed, but they'll try to take something away from you just because they don't own them themselves. And there's a million different references for people like that you can make in different examples, but that's fascism in the way that they imply that word incorrectly. So if you are filtering and suppressing, and it's not just a free movement, a free exchange of whatever is out there that you're making, that everybody has equal access to it, and if they search the keywords back when that was still a thing, that they would find your stuff, and if they liked it, they would continue to watch. What was wrong with that natural environment? Well, that wasn't able to be controlled. They weren't able to, you know, everybody who comes into prominence now, they can pick, and they can pick their own people or people who are loyal to them, and they can push any corporate people who have teams of influencers out there who are supposed to appear to be organic, like so many of the Disney type people. I can't even, right now I can't think of their names because their names are irrelevant to me, but my daughter watches some of them. It's this guy and the girl that she was a Disney princess and some bullshit, and I can't remember his name. I don't care anymore, but he looks like a little twerp. And I guess he used to be a law enforcement, which doesn't surprise me, the little twerp of being law enforcement. But it's just funny, like those things were not organic. They were literally connected to Disney. But they can make those people popular with millions upon millions of, tens of millions of views every video, because that's what they want to push. If that's what's popping up in people's feeds, that's what they're going to click on, especially if they're kids. So they control who gets to see and it's made to look like everybody has open access and it's free to everybody. So talking about it's the carrot on the stick, but talking about it like it's the old YouTube where your thumbnail and your title matter, and that's going to grab people's attention. It's really not. Like the thumbnail might be, if the point is, even if they don't, if there's a thumbnail out there, that means you had to be able to navigate to it to see it in the first place. That's the issue. That's the part where they're controlling it. If you look up something, you're not getting all the newer accounts or the smaller accounts responses. They're only pushing the people that are already established, keeping everybody else beneath it. And those who are established, they're prioritizing through favoritism of those you see. So it's not the same thing. What good is your thumbnail if no one ever gets to navigate to your video? You know what I mean?
Have to be extremely unique. You can see what's working in your niche and just kind of improve upon that. So someone does a video that you like and it went pretty viral.
So this is his experience from what he did back a decade ago or more, when it was a different world. And it didn't go completely to shit yet. And he's saying, well, because I did something that someone else did. It was a female that did this or a guy that did this. I altered the formula a little bit and did something stupid simple, but that's how you do it. Well, that's how you do it if you're him. That's how you do it if you're, whatever, 6'2" and have friends that are actually filming for you and stuff like that. It's not what everybody does who's doing content. And it's a very unique to himself type of experience that he had. I wish I was more like, I was always into making videos and getting into movies and stuff like that, but I never had the understanding or know-how or equipment when I was in the 2000s and stuff like that, or in the 90s. I don't even think there was anything going on in the 90s, was there? Like, I got out of high school in 97. I don't think there was a platform to I don't even know if you could upload anything on a computer in 97. It's been pretty rough. Sure as hell couldn't live stream, I don't think. Oh man, things have changed. I had to wait for the shit to come to the point where they could be useful.
Put your own little twist on it, make the thumbnail a little better, make the title a little better, make the content a little better, and that's a pretty good formula for going viral.
Cool. Perfect, man. Well, excited to have you in the Looks Maxing community. That's it for today. Just a quick check-in, but yeah. Thanks.
So, you learned nothing from that experience, basically. And now he's dead. That was the other part of it. Security staff and employee at the house estate described Murphy's behavior before the incident as increasingly erratic. I think, did we go over this? But you can see the scar where he got stabbed. I don't recall if we did or not. Did we actually go over this? I think we did it because I was like, Nocturnal Kent, not actually dead. Cutter, yep, dead. Right? So we did that, didn't we? The Bangkok. That alone sounds like a porno. It's always the same stupid details. When you read them so many times, you're like, yeah, okay. It sounds more and more like, yeah. Nobody does any other research. Like, what is journalism? Is journalism just taking the same bullshit that everybody else has already put out there and then shorthanding it and putting out your own? Or do you ever think to yourself, okay, well, I want to go further. Let me call someone in Thailand and get, I don't know, one more detail that makes mine unique from the other people? They never do that. It gets worse the more times it's like diluted, or it's the same press release, or it's the same 4 bits of data that are just and the way that they develop the paragraphs around those 4 bits of data seem to get worse depending on like how many times you've read the same thing. You're like, wow, they didn't really some people can't even write a grammatically correct sentence, and they're journalists. It's funny because there was a time when I was thinking about being like a writer for a paper or something like that. I was on my school newspaper, my college newspaper staff for the creative writing section, and I don't know if I have any respect for it anymore. There used to be a time before everybody had their opinions on social media that in order to be a writer for a paper, you had to be articulate. You had to be the cream of the crop, basically. You know? And not everybody got to express their opinions to the world. So there was a filtering process. So that's why I always think that there was just as many dumb people before as there is now with social media. The only difference is they all make themselves known. You know who they are more now. Hey, 12! Woohoo! Boom, boom. We're hitting the 12 now. All right. Let's see if we got any more comments. We got Bones Waffen. Did I already do the thing? Did I already do the bit thing? Yeah, I did. I VIP'd you. I don't know if you're still here or not. And what we got over here? What are you talking about? No. None of that happened. Are you talking about with? Yeah, I think I don't know if you're talking about the same site, dude. There is no restricted mode that I'm aware of. That's not the right one anyway. I'm not gonna mess with it right now. There's no restricted mode. But even if there was, that's not what was happening. It was because it didn't disconnect from the last thing. If you're talking to me, then that's not how it went down. I appreciate you thinking about it, but that's not what happened. Effing YouTube said Irvat. Yeah, I think Pornhub is the actual. It's all ran by the same cult. Exactly. Well, that's true. Pornhub Rabbi approved, 100% kosher, says Radio Sack. Irvat says gross. The harvests are and this is Radio Sack. Bioenergetic life force energy are excitement, pain, sorrow, rage, which is our loosh. Yeah, I get it. I believe in all that, and I get the concept of all that. But I think there's even more going on there. So there's something happening. It's not just a matter of extracting thoughts and data or whatever they want to consider a thought and misconstrue. Think about this. If they're telling you that a person like robbed a bank or committed bank fraud in a state that they've never been in, and that they pin that on that person and they're just so damn sure of themselves, do you really trust them to get your thoughts correct? Do you think that maybe that's part of the parlor trick for them to get you to believe that they can read your thoughts? I don't think half their claims are ever valid, because they're lying liars who lie. But as long as you believe that, yeah, that'll make you scared, won't it? You'll be on your best behavior if you think they can read your thoughts. You won't even think bad thoughts about them anymore, or realistic thoughts about how bad their behavior is. You won't even do that anymore. And I don't think it's just a one-way street, though. I don't think they're just collecting whatever their perception of what you are or who you are is. I think it's more of between the device and whatever else is emitting, your Wi-Fi, your LED lights, your LED telephone pole light, like your street light, your tower outside, your tower by your kid's school, your tower by the first responder, fire department, all these things emitting something. The emission plus whatever you might have gunked up inside of you, I think it's not necessary to have a bunch of this shit growing inside of you or self-assembling inside of you. But I don't think that's necessary. But I think it helps strengthen the interface, and it might make it be able to do other things to you. But I think there's enough going on between the emission and who we are as people, and I think that's what the Hulu guy was, making patents about, was his developmental work in altering, manipulating thoughts and behaviors with impulse, electromagnetic radiation, or radio waves, and flicker rate. So it's kind of like Morse code for your brain, where you don't have to know what it is, but it's all part of that whole you are energy, you are light, and they know how to actually manipulate that on a level that you won't even be consciously aware that they're changing you, how you feel about things, your bonds, your ability. Maybe they're coming after your empathy. I honestly think that it's all to attack a certain aspect of yourself. They call it the VMAT2 gene, but I don't even know if that's even a thing. I think it's more like they're going after your vital force. They're going after that tether between you and the benevolent creator, that thing that informs you instinctively between right and wrong, that gives you love and compassion for yourself. I'm sorry, love and compassion for your family, and empathy for others. And then I hope everybody understands the difference between sympathy and empathy. Empathy is a deeper, truer emotion, because when you see something happening to someone else, you're not indifferent to it. You think about it as it happening to you, and you take on a little bit of the trauma of whatever that bad thing is, or good thing. It could be a good thing. And you can kind of It's not that you feel what they felt because you don't know how they respond to it, but you know how you would. And this is how women play the game too a lot. Like, oh, you don't know anything. Well, like, I put myself in the shoes of others all the time. Just because you don't respond to things like I do doesn't mean I didn't empathize with what I would have felt with if I was in your position, right? Fucking Brazil is huge. Looking at the flag or the map. But whatever's going on through these devices is desensitizing or dulling out that sense, the empathy, the thing that makes us, the humanity in us, or our bonds, our love for things. I really do think it's actually corrupting minds. It might even be planting thoughts, memories, bad feelings. Like, you remember when we were younger and we were watching A Clockwork Orange. I started that sentence wrong, so I just went with it. A Clockwork Orange, and they gave him the drug that made him have an upset stomach while they were showing him violence, so that eventually his mind would associate violence with feeling ill. But it wasn't because violence made him feel ill. He liked it until they gave him the drug that made him feel nauseous, and then it was just a matter of associating the nauseous feeling with the violent behavior that made him not be able to tolerate the behavior. It was like a Pavlovian response. But what if they're doing something like that? And that can be as simple as what this stuff does in the beginning or an aspect of it. But wouldn't that be a terrible thing to do to people, to give, the idea of affection, like giving your mom a hug at night would make your child feel gross because of something that was planted, some thought pattern that was manipulated. Well, wow. Is this because you're socialized from school? Is it not cool to hug your mom anymore? But there's something deeper going on, and it's happening right in the thing that you bought them. That's what I'm getting at, and that's what I think is concerning. Kathy O'Brien, in my opinion, says Radio Sack seems to have been a legitimate... I'm going to read what you said, but I'm going to have to disagree. A legitimate victim of MKUltra, but was allowed to speak out by being fed inaccurate information to discredit future whistleblowers. Well, I think she is the discredit... Like you said, she was allowed to speak out by being fed. If she's allowed to speak out, I don't understand this. I don't understand the way the sentence is structured. One is her doing something, and one is it doesn't. If she was, you can't be fed inaccurate information about your history and believe it unless you're being programmed to believe it through the programming itself. So maybe that's what you're saying, but they can have a very like a real traumatic experience, and they can just change the names a lot too. So let's say she was doing the things that she said she was doing, being the sex slave or drug trafficker. You know that she said she facilitated human trafficking children too, right? So she said she was involved in drug trafficking and human trafficking. So why shouldn't we be pissed off at her? Why should we not want her to be in jail? This is the part of her story that doesn't make sense to me. If you're going to admit to, at least in your fantasy, that nobody can corroborate or validate, why would you basically confess to heinous things and then expect people to still treat you like a victim? Like, I don't care if you were going through some sort of manipulation where it was your alter. The fact that you know about it and you're talking about it means it wasn't like it was completely you weren't unaware of it. And if you are helping facilitate the very evil that's you would think you would be completely against because it's the same thing that's happening to you, I don't know. They fucked up this picture. I don't like the way it came out. I said, don't change the picture. Don't change they changed the way I was. Fuckers. Doesn't matter. Thank you, Radio Sack. Thank you for subbing over there. And Irvat's number 10. You guys are the best. We got to get that. Let's see if we can get this thing up to 100 quickly over there. Let's see if we can do our best to try to share it around. That'd be great. And I'll work on some more content for it. I was hiding some of the stuff that YouTube used to always take down immediately, and the Dr. Glidden stuff. So I kind of minimized his role in the title and the thumbnail just a little bit, instead of making it completely about that. So that was kind of a strategy style thing, just so that it would stick. But yeah, I'm gonna be making more reaction videos that should be kind of fun. It should be kind of fun, and I'm gonna do the. See, I have this problem because of my concussions, right, or whatever the hell my problem is. Tomorrow I'm gonna take a Ritalin before I do this, or a what do they call that? Not that one. What's the one where it's time release? I can't remember. I always get the wrong name in my head. I keep on thinking Celebrate, which is the freaking thing that they bust your phones with to extract the data at police stations. Let's see, time release. I'm gonna remember it as soon as I fucking. Concerta. There you go. Yeah, I have some of that. I'm gonna take one before I start and see if it helps. If it doesn't, then it's because I've got brain damage. But yeah, I'm gonna edit those videos that I put up on Fitwit so that they flow better. It's a different audience with lower attention span, right? So I gotta accommodate that. There's some pieces of that one that I did too that I want to break out down to the smaller. Even if you've seen that video that came from, I would say you should probably watch it. It's just see how better it flows when I cut out all of my it's not so much ahs. There's a lot of ands. I say and as a place marker to hold that thought, because I'm having a hard time thinking of my brain's not giving me the words that I'm trying to say. And then there's also I think I say a lot, and I think I say right a lot. And I can't remember what was the other one I kept saying. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, and right. I think I say way too often. So I cut all that out for the most part going down through, and I cut out all the space gaps, and it just flows better. And I put a bunch of different images in it and stuff like that. That was a lot of fun. Getting into the nodes might not be as bad either now, because I might be able to learn how to do graphic cool stuff with it without having to take a freaking class for DaVinci if I just ask some of the old bots that are floating around. The old GPTs. Irvat said, very nice. Edward Snowman, bam! You get a fresh one. O/to Irvat too. Usury combustion, hello. Rockefeller Medical Monopoly backed by the cult. Yes, sir, said Irvat. Edward Snowman could be part of a gold like TLC in Stargate. He could be part gold like TLC in Stargate. I don't remember that movie very much. But Stargate was filmed right down the road. At least the part where they're going through the excavations. That's that they still have those cutouts. It looks like a step pyramid a little bit. It's kind of cool. I think it's monatomic that there should have been, but anyway, I don't even know if that's true. That's just one of his dorky friends. He didn't have friends that were very deep or decent people that I would respect and say, oh, I'm happy that guy's my friend. Like, he didn't hang out with quality people, I don't think. I think all these people are kind of like I was referring to before, where the public persona is this thing, but behind that, they're just in real life not good people, or they're not bright. They don't, or better yet, they're just the face of some other entity, corporate or otherwise, that uses them as their talking head, and they really have nothing to do with their own project. That happens too. Not everything is nothing's typically organic anymore. Or Roger's golden turd from American Dad. Dan, Radio Sack was talking about YouTube settings. For what part? I don't see when I don't know what you're talking about in the like. What is it about YouTube that you're talking about? What about restricted mode though? I don't understand what the reference is. What the hell? I can't. This doesn't let me. What was I talking about that you would bring that up? I can't just. Yeah, I need more details. What was I talking about with YouTube? They fuck you all the time. There is no fixing that. So I don't know what the restricted mode is about. What you're talking about, and I'm sure it makes sense in reference to whatever you're referring to. I can't extract the information or the memory from that. It happened too long ago, even if it was 10 minutes ago. I can't, especially on a live stream. My brain's fucking dead, dude. I suck. But what about restricted mode, and why do I want it? And what was it in reference to? Is all I'm saying. Cool Frog, what's up? Irvat, yo. Step pyramids are really cool, aside from the human sacrifice. yeah, just that part. And Edward Snowman, thank you. Thank you, sir. Did you see the other message I left you? I left you a long message today. I typed one. And you were greatly appreciated, sir, for producing the Bulbusters broadcast. Thank you. Hey, you said that again. Did you copy paste that? That's good. I don't know if anything's going on over here. I don't think so. I got the whole whopping 2, and I got 259. Let's see if I refresh it. Is it still 259? Bet you it is. 259. Come on, we can't do 260 by the end of this broadcast. Tell a friend, for fuck's sake. And I did notice we're at 13 now for the other one, though. Fitwits. Bringing it. Nice. Don't you think that came out good, though? I mean, I had the idea and the concept. They did a little bit of the work. They fucked up one thing. It says resolute twice, so I got to fix that eventually. But I think this came out good because it's simple and it doesn't have all the other bullshit on it. It's the old picture that I had from before, and when I get bigger, I'll replace that picture. But the Fitwit, I actually probably am bigger than that picture, but I'm not as lean. Fitwit, live your best, simple, and then at Wisdom Fitness AZ. And the graphic looks cool. It's memorable. It's not too complicated. And there's a brain on one side of the dumbbell and the weights on the other. It makes sense to me. It makes sense that people would like that. Right? I think that's eye appealing. Like eye appealing my eyeballs out with a melon baller or cheese grater. Ouch. This one, I really think it came out good, though. I'm just saying. You should check it out. All right, so now let's go to the Instagram. We're going to go to the Instagram, and there's going to be a nice, good run of Instagram stuff here. However, before I do that, I feel like I got to get up and talk to my daughter before she goes to bed. I just saw it. I'll read it later. Yeah, okay, bud. Thank you. That's for you anyway, so I'm just letting you know that's there. Techno parasite within. I really don't want to make this to be real. I mean, I don't want to manifest this into reality, and I don't want this to be what's true, but come on. With everything that they've told us, and you can extrapolate a lot from things and be going on a tangent that has no, like you're like pontificating more than validating, right? So whatever the woman sees in her electron her microscope and says is this thing or that, I can tell you just on my own dumb little microscope that I've had. I had 2 of them. One was okay. One wasn't, but nothing ever that super expensive or extravagant. Even the ones at school were not that expensive or extravagant. I don't think they were higher end ones. But you catch things all the time, and it could be something that's actually part of something that you're seeing in your own lens that's doing that. when you're, now I'm not saying when you're taking photographs of it. I'm saying just when you're looking your own, through your, you know what I mean, your own opticals. But there's a lot of weird anomalous things that you can see that are confusing, because, or at least curious. They make you curious. But for one to go so far as to determine that they know what it is, how do you verify what that is, the material that it is, and are you doing some sort of light test to it where certain, and I think they figured this out by having some sort of chart data references, kind of like with organic chemistry, right? Like you have your list of reactions, and you're supposed to memorize them when things interface or interact with each other. The chemical reaction that occurs. There's a list of reactions, and that's like the organic chem is like a pretty tough class. So when it comes to how light is reflected, refracted, absorbed, or whatever from certain objects, you kind of determine what type of material is. Like, how are they determining what is a polymer versus what's biomechanical versus what's a parasite or whatever? How are they making those determinations? How is she doing that? That one video that had a disclaimer warning when you started the stream. Oh, that thing? Oh, okay. So you're saying that the other oh, gotcha. Thank you. So if I go into here, so I don't even know if it's in restricted mode off. It's right there. Helps hide potentially mature videos. No filter is 100% accurate. This setting only applies to this browser. It's off. Now what? Is it because it's a new account? They have my choose how you appear and what you see on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with this right now. Like, this is dumb to do it while we're on the show, but not that what you said was dumb, just that it's dumb for me to waste our time doing that. But I do appreciate you clarifying. So let's get a little bit of a short video on here, and then I'll be back in a second. What can I torture you with? Elon? Elon predicted everything. That's got to be great. I'm sure everybody believes that. Man, half the stuff that I looked at on here isn't here. I don't get it. Oh, because again, it's on the wrong freaking account. Okay. Never mind. There was a couple good here's the deals that came out recently. This Hyundai one from 2 years ago is enough to make you want to, oh god, that's very infuriating. This one was good, but it's a little long. Story of my life. Boom. Huge Instagram L. Yeah, I've had my own issues with Instagram, but it's not the same as theirs. The paradoxical philosophy of looks maxing. You know what? I'm going to subject it to it. I'm just going to do it. Well, it's not this video, but I showed you that crazy one already, right? Let's just tell me that this guy doesn't have at least the ability to sound very not crazy. Then I don't think he was. But I think he was good at, and it's a really easy thing to do. If you are embarrassed or if you do something that you know you're trying to prove to yourself that you don't care what other people think, doesn't mean you have to go do shit that is inexcusable or is kooky or nobody's going to understand it, right? Like, you won't even understand it type of thing. Like, as long as if you're laughing at your own jokes, by all means, continue to tell them and continue to be that way. Because if you're just entertaining yourself and you're having, then you can do that. It's called being an asshole a little bit, but if you can't own up to it and you have to tell people that it's all an act, unless it is an act, but sometimes maybe it wasn't. You know what I mean? So let's just have a look at this.
So I've been looks maxing.
Right. And he even like the tilt of the head. I don't think he's ever like honestly sincere anytime he makes a video, unless he's talking to somebody like a friend or something. And maybe then it comes out his real self. I'm gonna have to look at this one too. I like to pick up information about certain topics, and I want to see what other people are saying about that person, and see how many fucking frauds there are out there. They said Conor Murphy talks spiritual nonsense, blah blah blah. We already saw that. Dead at 32. This guy's a piece of shit. Johnny Shreve. He's doing this to make money off of anything he could possibly make money off of. He's the biggest piece of shit, the backstabbing, cocksucking. Well, he's black. I should have just started with black. You would have already inferred everything else. Silly me. I went the long way around. Conor Murphy was injecting gold. And he's telling TMZ this because he's his quote unquote friend. Yeah. Some fucking friends these pieces of shit happen to be. Anyway. They're all getting their moment in the spotlight. And it makes me wonder if Conor is like you kind of think that maybe how hard would it be to pay off the authorities in Thailand for a stunt? How hard would it be to get your friends to agree who are just click happy because it's money to agree to, you know, reinforcing the idea that you're dead by, you know, corroborating the story and then having a boohoo moment, then everybody mourns for Conor, and maybe he did want to get out of the spotlight. I don't think he did. It could be done easily because I could see how you could get a lot of people on board with doing something that nobody would ever forgive you for afterward, and still have your friends support it, especially if your friends are degenerate content creators too. You know what I mean? Because that's the incentive right there is, clicks, views, money. Yeah, sounds good. We'll ride this in the ground. And if he's actually dead, and this is how his friends are capitalizing on his death, yes, friends will say something about what happened to you. But do friends need to overindulge that topic and say dumb, ridiculous things that show them how little they actually knew him? Or know people who, like, they don't have a really strong deep grasp on complex characters or complex characteristics in a person the way that they describe these people or Conor. So it's like, how well do you really think you knew him? Because I don't think you have the comprehension level to really have known him. And they're like, oh, we drifted apart when he got weird. Like, he was probably always weird. He probably just got released from holding it back. So when you say you reject that part of him, Conor changed. I don't think he changed. I think he just showed more of who he was. And it's not a good feeling when everybody rejects that. And then you're on an ayahuasca. You're still riding the high wave of the ayahuasca. So in a way, you're like, yeah, I don't need those people anyway. They're all materialistic, you know. So it's so many things could be going on in this.
Recently, obviously. And if you're a normie who's been indoctrinated by mainstream ideology, everything you know about looks maxing is probably wrong. Not just from like a...
I already hate the premise of calling somebody a normie. What the fuck does that even mean? And it's already put down. And it's like saying it's funny how we've turned everybody wanted to be like everyone else so that they blended in school, right? And people didn't want to stand out. I was always the opposite, but now calling somebody a normie is like everybody who's like everybody else. The mind has, or the perception has shifted. Not if you're a normie, apparently. I'm using the same word on purpose. But it's like the masses or the herd or the sheeple. Remember? Yeah. It's hip to be an outlier now. You want to dare to be different. And people have always wanted to dare to be different, but in a way, they've always wanted to be also accepted by a lot of people, too. You don't go onto social media wanting to only be accepted by 10 people. You want to only be liked by 10 people. You're not going to get anywhere with that. You know, you could just call people on your phone if you wanted to be accepted by 10 people. So in a way, even if you're being repulsive or repellent to people, there's got to be something about what you're doing that's still curious enough for people to still follow it, even if they don't like there's something about what you're doing that's still intriguing, regardless of if you're not their cup of tea. Does that make sense? So to call somebody else a normie is kind of insulting to a great deal of people, because most people would consider themselves a regular person, and being a regular person doesn't necessarily mean that you're dumb. I think that's the opposite. I think you should be striving to have normal people be more on the higher level of things. So what does normie actually mean? To a normie, blah, 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 you probably don't understand this looks maxing thing. Well, it's funny because superficial pursuits would be something that you would think a normal person would be quite able to comprehend. And I just don't accept the premise of starting off by calling a bunch of people, something that is intended to be kind of a put down, an insult. And because it's such a generic one, you don't know if he's applying it to you. It's not like saying robber and you don't get offended because you're not robbing a bank at the time, so you don't care when somebody shouts robber. It's a different thing when someone says normie, because it's like, are you trying to say that I'm a normie? It puts you on guard right off the bat already, right? What is he? Who's he referring to? Is that me? Who's he talking about?
Physiological
Does he think he's better than us? You know?
Standpoint, but even more so from a psychological standpoint. So I'm going to provide some radical, controversial looks maxing perspectives, many of which, unfortunately, have never been divulged here on YouTube. But first, allow me to totally undermine all credibility of the mainstream's perspectives on looks maxing with quite...
And right now, the cadence doesn't sound genuine to me. I think this is still just public service announcement from Connor Murphy, looks maxer character, pro looks maxer, and go. You're in character. It could just be the way you talk in public. Some people have this weird cadence and it just always sounds fake, but I also think that those people are partially fake, that sound fake. My mom picks up the phone and her voice, the pitch of her voice goes higher. Oh, hi. And I was like, Mom, now you gotta be fake with everybody. So just you weren't all, woohoo, all the whole time we were sitting here watching TV together. Why all of a sudden when someone calls, oh, hey, it's like, what are you doing? Just say hello. Be calm. You don't have to high pitch it. You don't have to try to break the glass. You know? What are you doing? So I just think that if you listen to it, nothing about him sounds sincere unless he's just having a straight talk with somebody in like an interview. All of it, even if you're doing a presentation, shouldn't it be coming from a place of not trying to put on a persona? If you want to be believed. I guess maybe it's not true though, because a lot of people buy the bullshit, the LARP, the character acting. So who am I to say? I just think it sounds fake.
The ironic illumination of the reality behind the androgenic wig incident. So in one of the most acutely viral streaming moments of all time, a random bully stole formerly the number 2 ranked Chad's hat and wig, exposing the fraud that he is. It became such a legendary meme that even the New York Post wrote an article about it. Now, I was recently hanging out with Androgenic here in Thailand for the past month or so, and have gotten to know him quite intimately. And the truth of who he is happens to be much deeper than the surface level critiques of the haters would lead you to believe. And what they are either totally ignorant of or willfully ignoring is that Androgenic totally transparently got both a hair transplant and rhinoplasty here in Thailand. That's why his head is shaved. He's been openly displaying his most looks minimized form all over TikTok, and ironically quite the honorable display of confidence that is essentially the antithesis of the morbidly insecure attention seeker the mainstream portrays him as. I think it's poetic that Ronan, who plays the superficial, self-conscious, looks-maxing character Androgenic, is paradoxically one of the most intelligent and secure 25-year-olds that I have ever met. In fact, his story, along with our conversations, helped me solidify my upcoming philosophical views on this burgeoning looks-maxing phenomenon. And he also played a significant inspirational role in my quest to become a looks-maxer, or at least play a looks maxer, yeah, look, my jaw, it looks absolutely ridiculous, okay? But in the wise words of the philosopher who goes by the name Mandibulus Zygomitis,
I don't optimize my looks. I max them out.
So on my main YouTube channel and IG and even recently TikTok, I've been playing a parody of an extreme looks maxer, a satirical performance that comically many have been taking completely seriously, just like the androgenic character. Now, to be fair, I am taking looks maxing seriously, but it should be evident that I'm not attempting to sculpt the most harmonious face. I'm optimizing my appearance in an extreme way for a specific role that I wish to play. Why? Well, that's for you to decipher, and this video should provide you some clues. But it's been fun. I'm feeling an exciting sense of progression, eerily similar to when I first started going to the gym. And immersing myself in the looks maxing space has revealed to me some dark but enlightening truths about human psychology. And the androgenic debacle, it made it quite clear that the vast majority of people have utter disregard for the truth and just fabricate narratives purely predicated on what makes them feel good. You know, an insecure looks maxer being brutally exposed, comparatively, it makes them feel better about their own lives. The reality of the situation would make them feel worse. You know, most will choose the feel-good fantasy every single time. The pleasure derived from others' misfortune overpowers any desire for truth-seeking. And the financially motivated mainstream news will continue to pander to their audience's schadenfreude fantasies at all costs. So no news source dared question if the androgenic clip may have been staged, like many of his other clip farming moments, for, you know, that would tarnish the emotional salience of the narrative.
I will shove it! I will put this into your intestine, up into your stomach, through your mouth, into the fucking ether. You do not disrespect androgenic.
But the unwarranted hatred of looks maxing, it's not purely emotional. There's a rational, evolutionary, advantageous mental mechanism at play. And it's the same psychological weaponry that emboldened the fat acceptance movement. So deceptive social signaling. Yeah, you may have heard this example before, but notice how women will call overweight women like Lizzo beautiful. But if you say they look like Lizzo, and instead of taking it as a compliment of their beauty, they get offended. Why? Because deep down, they never actually thought Lizzo was beautiful. Consciously or subconsciously, they are manipulating their competition in the sexual marketplace. If some women believe being fat is beautiful and physically align themselves with that belief, but the majority of men think otherwise, then the average woman gains a sexual advantage because she becomes more attractive by comparison. And we see analogous, mostly subconscious, I would say, psychological warfare play out in the looks maxing world. It's rational from an evolutionary perspective to criticize looks maxing, because the more attractive the average person is, the less attractive you are, relatively speaking, and vice versa. So hypocritically, the attempt to hinder others from looks maxing is looks maxing, because stifling the improvement of others' looks makes your looks better by comparison. Again, much of these psychological games are subconscious because our evolutionary psychology is extremely intelligent. If people were aware that they were playing these games, they may feel inauthentic, they may feel guilty, they may suffer some cognitive dissonance, and it would decrease their propensity to fully reap the evolutionary advantages of playing this game. So really contemplate this for a moment. At the deepest level of your psyche, do you really think the top looks maxing influencers online are more insecure than the average person? You know, of course, calling them insecure is the go-to criticism, but do you really believe that? Men who step outside societal boundaries and intentionally place themselves in a socially vulnerable position, accept that society will call them insecure and gay, and disclose to the world their makeup routine, they're insecure? Really? Like, compared to who? The haters? What else could be the epitome of insecurity besides obfuscating your insecurity by calling other people insecure to elevate your identity and degrade their identity? Virtually, like in the comfort of your stepmom's basement, cozy and protected from the natural ramifications of confrontational actions like these. And the lack of self-awareness here, it's understandable, but simultaneously frightening. Insecurity is inherent to our biological mortal existence because survival and reproduction is never a certainty. Insecurity is a facet of our evolutionary design to ensure we seek evolutionary advantages. Insecurity is covertly laced within our every behavior. At its core, looks maxing is simply an attempt to gain an evolutionary advantage, to maximize the chance of survival and reproduction. But So is having a job. Are you insecure for having a job? Neither working a job or looks maxing is mandatory for survival and reproduction, but when done skillfully, both certainly enhance your chances. One is simply more normalized than the other. This is the foundation of one of looks maxers' most valid arguments. Improving your looks is completely logical in this societal game that we're playing, with a couple caveats, which we'll get into, but really contemplate who's more insecure. Someone who is motivated to improve their looks, or someone who is complacent and has no desire to improve their looks. I don't think it's black and white. I think peak insecurity is reflected at both extremes. So pathological body dysmorphia at one end and toxic complacency at the other end. So eventually, whether it's in reference to your physique or your face, you must become content or you'll be perpetually trapped on the hedonic treadmill and eventually resort to extreme measures that sacrifice other facets of your well-being, just to get another dopamine hit from some sense of progression. This is one of the reasons why I consider it vital to diversify your dopamine sources. Invest all your dopamine in your body or your face. Their appearance mimics a drug that you continue to build a tolerance to, and you progressively need a greater and greater dosage just to feel something. But on the other end of the spectrum, many people are afraid to transform. Transformation evinces feelings of uncertainty because it threatens identity, especially facial transformations, because our face is so integral to most of our identities. So people who refuse to transform, they're generally more attached to their sense of self and wish to protect it at all costs rather than encourage its evolution. And many people misconstrue toxic complacency for confidence. They receive egoic validation from the inauthentic belief that they're already good enough. So, they don't need to improve. So there's this delicate balance that we should strive to hone in on. Self-love and self-improvement, they're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to choose one or the other. It is indeed possible to hold multiple perspectives dynamically and then implement varying degrees of each depending on the circumstance. In fact, if you truly loved yourself, you wouldn't hide from or ignore your insecurities. You would embrace them because they are an intrinsic part of who you are. But you would also strive to optimize yourself because if you love something, you want what's best for it. And this is exactly what looks maxing influencers do. They put their insecurities surrounding their appearance on display for the world to see and document their journey to mitigate them. So paradoxically, accepting and transparently disclosing your insecurities to others is one of the most secure actions you can perform. To me, many looks maxers actually seem more content with who they are. They're more secure. Clavicular, the most popular looks maxer to ever mog the world, explicitly states he's autistic and he totally owns it. Is he insecure because he wears shoulder pads to increase his apparent shoulder width? Come on, his name is literally clavicular. It's derived from clavicle. Of course he uses every conceivable technique to lengthen the apparent width of his clavicle. My looks maxing character's name is Mandibulus, derived from mandible. Of course I chew mastic gum for hours every day to grow my masseter muscles. What's hilarious is looks maxing has essentially always been socially accepted. It's just certain techniques that are arbitrarily considered worthy of castigation. Scent maxing, rubbing chemicals on your armpits that mask your pheromones, socially accepted. Hair maxing, manipulating the color, length, and style of your hair, socially accepted. Skin maxing, killing billions of tiny microorganisms just to optimize your skin texture, socially accepted. But the moment a man applies makeup or attempts to, increase the overall volume of his zygomatic region through trauma-induced collagen deposition, then we risk societal ostracization. Now, maybe your criticism is that looks maxers are lacking balance. I agree. If you focus too much on looks, the returns are diminishing and it can detract from improving the less polished parts of your life that give you a better ROI. But wait a minute, does Clavicular really think looks are at the very tippy top of the value hierarchy? What happened to the limb lengthening and double jaw surgeries he was going to get? He doesn't even seem interested in them now at all, because it was never about looks maxing. It has always been about life maxing. Looks maxing is just a means to an end. Looks maxers are specialists. Becoming a specialist can help you life max. It grants you authority. It helps you accumulate financial resources. It can even make you famous. Should we criticize a hair transplant doctor for obsessing over hair? Should we criticize a dermatologist for obsessing over skin? Should we criticize a mechanic for obsessing over cars? Should we really make the assertion that the lives of specialists are out of balance? Or should you appreciate specialists because specialization maximizes collective competency? You can be a jack of all trades, and guess what? In their personal lives, many of the looks maxers are, but even jacks of all trades acquire proficiency in those trades through the education from specialists. Look, especially in this era of social media, specialization is algorithmically and therefore financially optimal. Can you really blame someone for specializing in a niche? And guess what? You don't know the real person behind their online persona. When you go to a doctor, unless you know him personally, you just know he's an expert in the medical field. You have no idea what attributes he's optimizing in his personal life. If you are ever lucky enough to hang out with Androgenic, your mind will be blown. This guy is an expert in pharmacology, specifically compounds that improve cognitive function. We discussed extensively the nuances of my biohacking routine, the Natty Plus protocol, and compared and contrasted it with his personal biohacking philosophies. And he's passionate about philosophy in general. Ronan has literally watched every single Gnosis video. Okay, our conversations had the totally opposite valence of his superficial character. This guy is constantly contemplating life, taking psychedelics to expand his mind, and he's highly aware of the limitations of superficial pursuits. He just wants to optimize every aspect of his being, including looks, and simply selected that particular attribute as an avenue to social media and business success. Can looks maxing be detrimental? Of course. Anything taken to the extreme can be detrimental. Driving a car too fast can severely injure you. Even drinking too much water within a short duration can be fatal. So if your looks maxing sacrifices other areas
Especially
of
if
your
you
life, or if you neglect other personal development pursuits because you're beguiled into believing only looks matter, then yeah, it may be a net negative to your life. But if you treat looks maxing as another skill to hone in your diverse catalog of skills, I agree. It's only logical. My favorite game of all time was RuneScape. My goal in RuneScape was to acquire the Questscape. And the more skills I raised to a higher level, the more quests I could complete. I live my life in the same way. And the most profound element of looks maxing is that in order to become an elite looks maxer, to really rise to the official World Chat rankings, you need far more than just good looks. Looks maxing, when pursued intelligently alongside the proper set of perspectives, can actually be an avenue towards self-actualization. And I hope
No,
this
it's
video
not.
and maybe future videos can provide you that set of
Doing
perspectives.
something that's no. So does that mean where does it cut off though? Do you not feel like that you just watched an advertisement or a infomercial pitch for these concepts? Like there's some inarguable elements that make sense that he says about some of the people and their intelligence level and why they're doing the things that they're doing, like androgenic. Like I even said that the guy's very articulate, androgenic, but getting at 20 in your 20s a hair transplant, is that what he said that he was in Thailand for, or Turkey or whatever? That's I don't know. I have a problem with people injecting fillers. Anytime you put a needle in your face, your arm, your anything, you are putting way too much trust in the cult of child killers that only what you think is in that needle was packaged and sent. Where was it manufactured? Oh, it was in a vial. Where was the vial manufactured? You pulled it out yourself. Okay, this what they call fat dissolver, or then when they puff up their cheeks and their chin with the fillers. What is that doing? It's like how is that any better than the people who put the freaking, and I'm going to look for this right now. Let's look for, I can't remember the guy's name. What, is it Shredded Sports Science? Yeah. No, let's scroll down. It shouldn't take too long for us to find one. It's gross to watch, to see, I mean. There you go. That's what you did. Yo. I can't remember the stuff that they shoot, the name of it, but apparently they're not making it easy for me. This shit, that crap that they shoot into their arms to make them look like they're bigger, but it just looks like shit. and it rots away their skin. It rots away their muscle. What is the name of that fucking shit? Synthol. Synthetic. Oh my god. Also known as site enhancement oil. It is an unregulated mixture that artificially inflates the muscle tissue for a quick cosmetic pump. No, it doesn't. Look at this. Look at this. Where's the guy's picture? I want to see the one that's all fucked up. Look at this. Get the fuck out of my face. That is ridiculous. And it eats away at your muscle. Why would you think that's cool to inject? And people get addicted to this stuff. Like addicted to the look, I guess, but it looks like shit. What is going on inside their brain, and what has infected their minds to think that looks good? MCT oil, derived from coconut or palm oil, and lidocaine, a local painkiller, used to reduce the discomfort of deep tissue injections, and then benzyl alcohol, used to sterilize the mixture and reduce the risk of bacterial infection. Unlike steroids, synthol, where does it drain out to? Where does it come out of? Unlike steroids, synthol does not alter hormones or protein synthesis. Instead, it acts as a localized temporary implant. Once injected deep into the muscle, the oil spreads between the muscle fibers, causing the area to swell or fluff. Frequent repeated injections are required to maintain the exaggerated ballooned appearance. Disgusting. And it stretches out your skin, and it eats away your muscle. Tissue death and necrosis. The oil can restrict blood flow, causing the skin and underlying muscle tissue, to die, necessitating emergency surgery, as in limb chopping sometimes, or pulling out the actual muscle itself. Infections and abscesses. The body of oil can trap bacteria, leading to severe, painful infections, life-threatening embolisms. If the oil is accidentally injected into a blood vessel, it can travel to the heart, lungs, or brain, causing heart attacks, strokes, or pulmonary embolisms. Hooray! Sounds like it's perfect. Definitely don't just lift weights. Just put on a tank top and act like you do shit. There we go. We win. We win. Really stupid idea. Really stupid idea. But how is that different than injecting shit into your chin? Let's see what this is. Honestly, why is injecting synthol even a thing? Synthol, fake big muscles. Okay, I didn't ask about that. We're on a different topic now. Did you see I said chin? You fuck. I'll just call it Chad Chin. Dr. Brown breaks down his synthol. The synthol king who went from injecting synthol oil into his bicep muscles and blah, blah, blah. Cosmetic abuse of site enhancement oils. Okay. Is it synthol? Is it the same thing that they put in their chins to make their little underbites look like they're bitter? I need to know. Let's just call it filler, because I think they're doing the semantic thing with me again. Like, oh, it's not an oil; it's a cream. It's like, okay, faggot, you know what the fuck I was talking about. To achieve a sculpted Chad chin, injectors use thick, robust dermal fillers. See, now they're telling me because I didn't say it right because I said oil. Are you out of your fucking mind? This AI bullshit. Well, you put the shit right on top of the befores and afters, dude. Just because you did that, I'm not clicking their damn video. Best filler for jawline contouring. So how is this any better? It's just synthol for your face. So the jawline, they're doing this part too. They're putting filler in next to the masseter muscles. And then they're also doing the chin so it sticks out more. So when you see these people with all their really creepy looking Dorian from The Mask. Remember Dorian? There you go. When they look like this. when all the look smackers look like this, except with slightly better teeth. That's really something, isn't it? Look at that Chad chin. Look at that. Look at those jaws. Look at those masseter muscles. It's everything I want to be and more. I'm just jealous. Oh, what the fuck? Did I ask you to do that? No, I didn't. There. Is it bigger? There you go. See, his is a little different because I don't know what the hell happened over there. It's supposed to be a nice big round thing right there, right? This came out what they call those, the orbitals with the zygomat. he was bone smashing an awful lot. He was doing the type of bad autism, right? Like full blown pandas or something, like that, just punching themselves in the face. Everybody had that face, didn't they? Neither did I then. I was just kidding. I gotta save this. This has got to be added to a thumbnail soon. I'm just gonna make it look smaxing. Looks max to the max. There we go. That'll be easy enough to remember. Only 8.87 kilobytes? We'll fix that. Jesus Christ. Boy. No, nope, I don't want to hear it. That's not what this was for. Let's go into the Instagrizz neck and have a look here. Everybody hates Flock, and so should you.
This is Garrett Langley, the CEO of Flock Safety, attempting to blow the right-wing MAGA dog whistle.
I think the issue is not that people dislike my company.
Are you sure about that?
It's that they are mad, and they need somewhere to point. And they're mad.
How about I point it? Here you go. And you can hand that to your butt buddy Peter Thiel, your butt buddy Alex Karp, every goddamn piece of shit parasite that's lurking in the shadows that actually operates and is installing by their decree this bullshit all around our country, which I guess they would consider not our country. I'm pretty sure the Kim dynasty has killed more Asian people than I have, he says. The beautiful thing about hating unwarranted police surveillance is that it's the one thing all political parties can agree on. Yes. Unwarranted police surveillance, except the Jews. And when they want it, oh, look. We know that guy. You know that guy? I'll tell you who that guy is. That's Delete Laws. Where's he at? The fuck happened? That's not what I clicked. I hate everything.
Out of the current federal administration, because we didn't have this problem 2 years ago. We didn't have this problem a year ago.
I'm assuming that this strategy is to try and make support of Flock safety cameras and mass surveillance a right-wing thing, and then framing anybody who dislikes them as anti-Trump. In the last year, I've met with a whole lot of Republican senators, congressmen, mayors, police chiefs, lobbyists, and I've been invited on countless large-scale right-wing podcasts and news shows with people who I don't even want to be in the same room with. In fact, there's probably a whole lot of Trump voters watching this very video, and they disagree with me on just about everything ideologically, but they subscribe to my content because of one thing. they also hate flock. The thing is that people on the right very clearly remember COVID, and they can imagine flock cameras being used to catch people leaving their house during a lockdown, or AI cameras pinging them for not wearing a mask correctly in a retail store. They can imagine being put on a short list as a murder suspect because their car got tagged leaving a shooting range a month earlier. And the right-wing MAGA movement attempts to be very stoic and manly. And there's nothing stoic and manly about putting AI cameras all over your city because you're too much of a pussy to leave your house. But if you want to tether flock safety to a political party and get their support, I could think of a few that would love your company. The Workers' Party in Korea, the Soviet Union under Stalin, the city of Taiyin, China. When it comes to public support of mass surveillance, I've spent thousands of dollars polling on this very thing, and you'll see the results soon enough. America, left or right, as a whole, unified, predominantly hates flock safety. This is Garrett Langley.
Yeah. So we can collectively agree that everybody hates you. I just wanted, did I already say this? I wanted to thank Edward Snowman, and I also want to do this. Let me go ahead and copy this biznatch. All right, so over there. Oh, cool. Yes, exactly, sir. Who's this? First Fire? What's up, buddy? Yeah, there you go. Now you looks maxed, right? Cat lady. Nice. Yeah, she looks to the max, all right. Yeah, when you get to the level of like doing surgeries or putting filler in your face, or it's like so much, and I've talked about this before, so much false advertising. It's like, okay, I understand that the girl with the fake tits has fake tits, but that's not the attribute that I'm looking for when we procreate and have a child. But if you're the father and, the mother thinks, wow, my son or daughter is going to look really good between the two of us and our looks, and then you find out that it was just the Chad mask he was wearing, and none of those are actual, they're not going to be passed down. It's not going to be traits that are going to be mixed into the pot when you have your child. That to me is unconscionable. There you go. Yeah, something like that. Sharpened his teeth too, huh? That's terrific. It's kind of. Is this what you do when you forget that you're still gonna have to sit down with grandma on Thanksgiving and explain yourself? Like, does nobody ever think about that, or they just don't have family? Because I could understand being a nut, but at some point you think to yourself, don't I want to have like normal time, normal day? Do I have to be in character 24/7? Well, I do now, because everybody's going to be seeing exactly what I put on my face for everyone to have to look at. And this is it right here. This is it. Like, the fuck is that? There's too much of that going on. There's people way worse than this guy. This is tame. All right, so I'm putting this in there. Please support the show, you moles. All right, let's see. Pin that. Bam. All right. That's the only way it keeps going, kids. And I'll do one of these over here. Paste and pin. Oh, you gotta put a smiley face on it or some shit. No, I'll put a gay flag. Not the gay flag. It's a flag that is gay. No, we need something better. My people need better. How about Man in Black here? Should creep you out enough. There we go. Boom. Did it go? Dude, 42. Holy shit. / Rockefeller Middle account. Roger's third for reject the mode. Haha. Just saw it. One that video. Oh, okay. Yo. No big deal. That's cool. Like how you did that. How you do the smiley? I don't understand how you do the lines. Let's make the smiley. That's cool though. Sometimes the sanity is a mask of sanity. Yeah. The sanity is a mask of sanity. Cheers, brother, says Ervat. Clickstrionics. You're all a bunch of towels. What? You're a towel. Oh, man. Towley from South Park. Yeah. Integrity Farms. Integrity? I just saw it. I'll read it later. Okay. I think I just saw you said that. Oh, wait. See how it did that? Wow. What the heck? It's supposed to be this one. Folk Folkanata. Talkamata. Do not ask him for forgiveness. Talkamata. Do not beg him for mercy. Talkamata. Let's face it. You can't talk him out of anything. Looks maxing. In my day, people worked on self-improvement and health improvement. Now it is all about appearances, narcissism, insecurity, external validation, and money. Well, here's the other thing. It always was, to an extent, but some of those things at certain levels are healthy. Like caring about your appearance and not smelling funny, getting a haircut, getting a tan, or going to the gym, eating healthy, which most people, even if they're eating healthy, are not getting the nutrients that they need. Like any of them. Any of the people who think that they are not. But if you check all those boxes, and then you're just satisfied with what else you're given, if you have skin issues, fix it, right? If you have actual problems, fix them. But what I wouldn't do is take into consideration doing surgeries or injecting my face with shit because I'm just so much a cult member of the society that I actually trust this society that is built, or at least was hijacked by child killers who thin our population down through the genocidal eugenics program called healthcare, and expect that something that they produce isn't going to have contaminants deliberately, some other type of shit in it that's going to cause me harm. These people are notorious for poisoning the wells and murdering millions and millions of people. They're notorious for starving people to death. They're notorious for so you tie in malnutrition there. They're notorious for underhanded, evil wickedness anytime you trust them. Remember what Dear Yasser, right? Dear Yasser, whatever the hell it was, Yassin, whatever. That was a good example where the Palestinians said, no Arab militias, we don't want to spook these nice Israelis after we've just signed a peace agreement. We fully want to embrace this opportunity for peace with these Israelis. And the Israelis like, they don't have anybody protecting them, and murdered them. That's how they repay you for trusting them. So why would you inject something in your face? Number one, why would you think that's a good idea anyway? Where does it go afterward? What does it do while it's sitting there? What is the stuff that's in there? Is that something that is natural to nature? No. So stop doing that. Don't inject shit in your jaw and face. I'm expecting that their jaw is going to rot off at some point for doing that. Just like don't put synthol on. Go to the gym. Work out. Earn it. Steroids are a part of looks maxing, but it's also in the same vein, it's also a good way to reduce your life expectancy and your fertility. American Dad cartoon jaw. That's right. American Dad's another one, right? Let's see. I remember that show. There you go. That's Chad. That's a Chad jaw, everybody. Circus maxing. Is it Irvat? The mask is such a freaky circus performer aesthetic. Dear Yasin, I think it was. Yeah, something like that. Thank you, Samakoma, and hello. Right. Well, I hear some scuffling and ruffling, so that means I gotta go say goodnight. So let me go, not to you guys. I'm going to play a couple of these and then we're going to head out. But in the meantime, let me put up one of these and then I'll come back. Not that.
Well, this is Dr.
Get away from me. Shredded sports science. What do we want to watch, kids? None of that, none of that, none of that. That one's a little long. That's long. This is terrible. I gotta give that one. That was fucking some retard. You're terrible. All right, so this to me looks like it'd be a good one. I'm just gonna get it for a couple minutes, but hopefully it won't take long. Where'd it go? All right, I know it's old, but if you have an ionic, I apologize. I mean, my condolences. If you're riding around in a Hyundai, I'm not gonna say that's bad enough, because that would be rude for me to say that. But if you bought a electric car, you drink some Kool-Aid, and that's fine. You want to be hip, you want to be like your Joneses, whatever. But don't buy electric cars. Don't buy them. Don't support the demon. And if you did, you're going to regret it very quickly, because I think this is also the same vehicle model type that was responsible, or he also made a video about, and Lewis Rossman made another video about not being able to change your own brake pads without having to break a digital lock, because they don't want you even changing your brake pads. And it's a $2,500, $2,800 software program just to allow you to change your brake pads. Because you know what happens on these vehicles that are all centered up like this? If you do it yourself and you don't reset certain things, your fucking car doesn't work. And you constantly bells and whistles and annoyances until you do something about it. Just like they have installed in all of your newer cars. The moment you don't comply to something that your demonic, child-killing, vampiric, banking cult overlords, if you don't do what they want you to do, which can change on a dime and be the opposite of what they wanted the day before, because that's how diabolical minds work. And remember yes. And then Deir Yassin. Remember, it's a rigged game called I Win, and they're the ones that say it. I win. The computer dash of your car is supposed to make a bunch of noises, turn up the heat if it's hot out, fucking do all kinds of things, malfunction in every different way that make it irritating if it doesn't just brick itself. And it can do that too. Meaning it's basically as useless as a brick at that point, because you can't drive it. So let's have a look at what Ionic does with the batteries, just for a moment. I have to bring it back.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day, or at least a better day than the owner of a Hyundai Ioniq electric vehicle who is clenching their teeth with high blood pressure as they drive over a section of the road that may have a couple of rocks and pebbles on it from where they're doing maintenance.
See the little wheel thing? That was cool.
If you're a Hyundai Ioniq electric vehicle,
that was cool.
You're driving over a section of road where there may be a little bit of road debris over there. You're probably wondering if you're going to get a $60,000 repair bill on your car. Unfortunately, Hyundai is a company that quotes people $60,000 for a basic repair on their vehicle. This was covered amazingly well by a channel called Motormouth. I highly suggest you check it out. These are upstanding, courteous, kind people that were very, very detailed, polite, and just amazing.
And son of a fuck.
Sound like a jet.
Fuck.
Vehicle. This was covered amazingly well by a channel called Motormouth. I highly suggest you check it out. These are upstanding, courteous, kind people that were very, very detailed, polite, and just amazing presentation while completely dressing down Hyundai and their anti-consumer, anti-repair bullshit. So in this story, they are talking about a customer who had damage to his vehicle. He drove on a road and he drove over some stuff that made some noise under his car, as many of us have if we've gone through a section where they're doing maintenance on the road and you can see some pebbles and rocks and stuff like that. And the underside of his car wound up looking like this. This is not beautiful. Again, this doesn't look new. It's not like I'd be happy if I saw this mark on the bottom of a car, particularly if it was a newer one, but it doesn't look like the ends of the world either. This hole over here is a little bigger than it needs to be. Pause. But in all seriousness, this doesn't look like ends of the world type of damage. What you're looking at over there is a protective cover for the lithium-ion battery in the bottom of the car. The point of that cover is to protect the battery if there is some sort of road debris or something there, so it doesn't puncture the battery itself. If you puncture a lithium-ion battery, it can explode. And in some cases, if you buy garbage batteries like those produced by Unipack Power, you don't even have to puncture it for it to explode. It'll just explode on its own, because they often send out cells that are not the cells that you ordered, even if you paid extra. But I'm not salty. In all seriousness, this is there for a good reason. The problem is that when you have a battery like this that has a protective cover and the protective cover gets scratched or damaged in some way, you should be able to replace that cover. Here, I have a computer case. If I were to hit it as hard as I could, I would leave a dent in the side of that case, but I would not throw out the $3,000 or $4,000 parts inside this server simply because the case had a dent in it. I would look on the inside. I'd try to peek in there and get an idea as to whether or not I hit the board or I bent something, and then put the stuff in a new case, or maybe even just keep the case with the dent rather than replace the entire thing. I understand. I get it. I know I'm going to read. Lithium-ion batteries can be dangerous and they can explode and all this other stuff. Yes, they can. which is why it's exceptionally important that there be a procedure in place to be able to identify whether or not there is any structural damage to that battery, whether there are any issues with any of the cells, and whether or not the hit actually wound up hitting or damaging one of the banks of cells by the manufacturer that apparently doesn't exist. We make these types of calculations all the time. We used to be comfortable making these types of calculations all the time. A Toyota Camry that is purchased new from a dealer is probably going to be more safe than a car that we've done a frame repair on, that we've done advanced suspension repairs on after it's smashed into a highway barrier, or it's smashed into a Ford F-150 that wasn't paying attention as they made a left, whatever it is, something like that. But at the same time, we try to make multivariate analyses. We don't do what Andrew Cuomo does and say, if it saves only one life, we'll destroy society.
Get me the money when I need it. Is there
you
a
want to go, by the way,
right
you want to go to work? Go take a job as an essential worker. Do it tomorrow. Right? You're working.
I am.
You're an essential worker. So go take a job as an essential worker.
But the people aren't hiring because of the
No, there are
pandemic.
people hiring. You can get a job as an essential worker. So now you can go to work and you can be an essential worker and you're not going to kill anyone.
We are open and usually capable, able, and willing to look at the situation and go, okay, based on the reputation of these particular mechanics and the procedures they're doing, there is a 0.1% increased chance of failure if we do this. Simultaneously, there is a 100% chance that you're going to save $20,000 or $30,000. As a result of that, we do this multivariate analysis where we think about the environment, what will happen to insurance costs, what will happen to transportation costs, what happens when we throw away $20,000 to $60,000 of parts because we are not willing to do a repair, and we kind of balance that against the danger of doing a repair that may, in rare cases, not be done to 100% properly, where we just don't know what's going to happen with every single part in the car. And we've weighed this from the beginning of time. If we didn't weigh these things, we would be driving cars that were essentially tanks where nobody was ever wounded in an accident because you had a giant barrier in the back. We don't do that because we have to make these trade-offs, and we make these trade-offs on a regular basis. They're not new. But for some reason, with electric vehicles, we're pretending that we never did these before. We're making these types of arguments where if there's even a 0.0000001% chance that it is more safe to replace the entire car than to replace the cover over the battery, we are more than happy to throw away a $60,000 vehicle into the trash and tell the customer you have to buy a new one. In fact, what Hyundai did, they didn't even offer, after the story made the news, to take a second look at the car. They gave him an offer at a mild discount to buy a new one. As if you are going to buy another $60,000 car when you got a $60,000 repair bill for going over some pebbles in the road. No. The more you get into this, the more it gets worse and worse. Many people are saying that, well, you know, you really have to have the right tools and the right information from the manufacturer and a proper procedure to be able to figure out if the battery was actually broken. You just don't want any old Yahoo like Lewis just replacing the case without testing the structural integrity of the battery or understanding whether or not, like, if the angle of the cover is like this, that meant that that it may have hit up like this and hit the battery, whereas if the angle of the cover is like this, maybe it didn't. It's not, we don't have any sort of diagnostic tools. We don't have any sort of measurement. There's no standard here. It's literally the bottom cover has some scratches and marks on it. We are going to total the vehicle. People that'll make the argument that you need to have proper training and tools and everything else and the proper diagnostic procedure to be able to know whether or not that battery is fit to be reused. Who better to do this than the fucking dealer? The argument has been, don't go to these filthy, disgusting, shade tree, mechanic, garbage, beard business, third-party repair people because they don't have the tools or the knowledge or the training or the standard certification to be able to restore our precious electronics to their OEM condition. Guess what? Neither does the dealer. They don't care to. They don't have any of what is necessary to see whether or not what happened to this car was a 2,000-pound boulder was smashed into the battery or whether it was a pebble. There's no procedure there. There is a mark on this thing. I guess we have to replace it. This hole is bigger than it's supposed to be. Pause. I guess we have to replace it. Does this look like a $30,000 to $60,000 battery needs to be replaced? Really? Because of this hole being a little bit bigger than it's supposed to be. Pause. There is no procedure in place to actually take that cover off and inspect the cells to figure out if anything's going on.
Which is,
and you
why
know
does
how I
he
know
keep
that?
saying
You know how I
pause?
know, like, with 99% certainty that that's the reason? Because they gave the customer the fuck you price. At a repair shop, there's the normal price. There's the, this repair is a little expensive, you probably shouldn't do it price. Then there's the fuck you price. The fuck you price means I'm not allowed to say no. For whatever reason, management, whatever else it is, does not allow us to decline repairs. Because I cannot say no, but I simultaneously do not want to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a price that's so insane that nobody in their right mind would say yes. Again, multinational, publicly traded, multi-billion-dollar corporations are going to have different policies and procedures than a 6-employee small business repair shop run by a Brooklyn Guido. And I'm not trying to trash myself here. It's just I can tell a customer, go away. No, I'm not fixing this because it's a pain in the ass. Or no, I don't want to fix this because you're annoying. I'm allowed to say that. I can look a customer in the eye and say, you know what? You're kind of annoying. I don't want to deal with you. Go away. Hyundai, not so much. So what do they do when they don't want to do a repair? They can't say no. So what they do is they say, yes, we will happily fix your vehicle for $60,000. Would you like to do it? The fact that the price quote went up double the moment insurance was involved tells you all you need to know. They didn't want to deal with any of this. And as a result of not wanting to deal with it, they simply gave an insane price. They don't have the tools. They don't have the training. They don't have the know-how to be able to do any of this economically because, in my opinion, Hyundai hasn't provided it to them because they don't really care to. I don't honestly think Hyundai wants people to buy electric vehicles. I think they're making them because they need to, because they're being told they should, but it doesn't seem like they really want to. If they actually wanted to, all of this would be in place. How can we tell whether or not what happened to this vehicle was a boop or a 2,000-pound boulder falling on the car after it was tipped over, puncturing all the cells? You can come up with a procedure for this. That's doable. That is a thing. You can figure out, okay, this is the type of battery where we are going to replace the cover. This is the type of battery where we're going to do some inspections before we replace the cover. This is a hell no because of this list of characteristics. From everything that you hear in this video, it's clear and very obvious that they had zero interest in even taking the cover off to figure out what the condition of everything in the inside was before giving the customer this insane quote. Even Tesla is willing to swap a battery for less than this. That's the thing. Tesla does something similar. Again, battery, like there's a little tiny thing on the case knocked off. Oh, yep, sorry. No, replace everything. But even when Tesla does it, it was less than half the price. Tesla was $22,500. When you do the math to convert Trudeau dollars to real dollars, it comes out to about half the price of what Hyundai wanted to replace the battery on their vehicle. Tesla is essentially the gold standard for treating their customers like pieces of garbage. And even Tesla is outpacing Hyundai by 100%. Like, that's bad. Like, when you're actually offering your customers a shittier experience than Tesla by $20,000, you fucked up. Continuing over here, Hyundai's one of my ex-employees, a friend of ours, she became a friend of ours. She had bought a Tesla, but when she first was looking at one and she was contemplating whether or not she was going to get it, she couldn't. I guess she had it for a little while, and she wasn't able to get the battery to charge above 68%. That was the max that it would charge to. So it already had like a failing cell, and they were still trying to sell it to her for like $50,000 or $60,000. And yeah, that's just how they roll, literally. Bonds. This is where it gets even better. So they offered him a new vehicle at a small discount. Again, think about this. You have a vehicle that you paid $60,000 for. You drove down the road. You're 1 year in owning your car. Maybe there's some shit on the road from where they were working on a pothole. You hear a noise under your car, and as a result of that, your car is literally totaled. Like $60,000 just down the drain. Are you excited to buy a new one of those cars for like $58,000? Maybe they'll take off the market adjustment.
Think about this. If they impose another pre-pandemic with masks and all that crap, imagine your car not starting unless you comply to that. Because they have all these sensors, lip readers, cameras, and in order to force compliance, you won't even be able to turn on your vehicle unless you're doing exactly what the overlords tell you to do and play the LARPing game with them. What do you call a LARP that everyone participates in? Reality. So it's not really reality by consensus because you might not believe in it, but it'll be reality by compliance, forced compliance.
Fee that most dealers charge nowadays, unless you drive 300 miles to the middle of nowhere to purchase your car at another dealer. Are you excited to purchase that car again? Not really. This is very similar to what goes on in my industry. For those of you who are new to the channel, I've gained about 100,000 subscribers recently in the past month or two. And a lot of people don't know that, like, back in the day, I actually used to fix things for a living. Over here, you could see this is what I used to do. We do component level motherboard repair. We do MacBook repair, data recovery, we fix micro SD cards with cracks in them, solid state drive data recovery, hard drive, lab data recovery, all that kind of shit. This here is a device that the customer was quoted $2,000 $2,000 on an Apple. They wanted to replace everything, and they couldn't even figure out what was actually wrong. They actually quoted the customer for literally everything besides the one part that was bad. And over here, I show you, it's literally one bent pin, which it always is on the A1398s when people try to plug the screen in and they mess it up. This is the backlight pin. It's bent. You give the customer like there's two options. Behind door number one, might bend it back into place. No charge. They usually leave a tip. They're happy. They tell all their friends. Behind door number two, if you want something with more structural integrity, I can replace the cable for $75 to $150. Apple wanted $2,000 for that because they had no interest whatsoever in figuring out what the actual problem was, and they have no tools and no training to actually figure out what it is. In spite of the fact that they're always accusing us of having no tools or training, they're the ones that not only couldn't fix the problem, they couldn't even identify what it is. They wanted this customer to pay $2,000 to fix a $1,300 computer. It's not just computers. Not just Apple.
That's a
not
fucking
just cars.
price.
Not just medical devices. It's everything nowadays that's put together with this mentality, and I want you to take note of it so that we do not scapegoat electric vehicles or just Apple computers for something that is a widespread practice across industry verticals. The second part of the Hyundai response is the one that really makes me sick. The part that really bothered me is where they said that this customer was misquoted by an independent dealer. They kept using the word independent. They wanted you to make sure that you understood that this had nothing to do with Hyundai. That's some bullshit. I did a video about 7 years ago. It was inspired by one of my best friends. His name is Dino. And he was this very large, intimidating criminal from Louisiana it was one of the most unlikely friendships that we had at this recording studio in Midtown Manhattan. I would just sit there in my Dockers and my polo shirt fixing electronics, and he would sit there, recalling stories of random robberies and shit, and this insane life that he had lived. And one of the things that he had said that always stuck with me was, if you're going to be the bitch, be the whole bitch. Ain't no half bitch here. What he was saying is that you should own yourself and you should own what you do. And what Hyundai is doing here, what most car manufacturers do, is they will spend millions of dollars on fear campaigns when right to repair goes in the ballot, because they want you to know that you should only go to the dealers. The dealers are the only people that you should trust. But then one of their authorized dealers fucks something up. The people that they allow to plaster their logo all across their marketing materials on the front of their building does something to humiliate them. Oh, that's an independent. That's an independent. Yeah, those people. Yeah, you don't. Oh, yeah, you got to misquote it because you went to some independent. Yeah, don't worry about that. No, that's not how this works. If you're gonna be the bitch, be the whole bitch. That is your dealer, and you do not get to disown that dealership simply because they said something that made you look bad. Above all, how fucking dare you pretend that this is only one dealership that did this? Another customer has proof. They went to Capital Hyundai, they went to Steel Hyundai, they went to several different Hyundai dealerships. Every single one of them gave them the same fucking price for the same part number. $56,000 Canadian for that battery, several thousand for labor. The price was identical across numerous dealerships, which means he was not misquoted by some independent dealer. They were misquoted by numerous dealers that are authorized by you to have their logo on their door. The same dealers that you want to be the dealers fixing your cars instead of independents. The same dealers that you are so attached to that you will spend millions of dollars on advertisements to convince me that I will be raped in a fucking parking lot if I go to an independent and fix my car instead of the dealer. The moment that there's even the slightest problem, independent dealer. Fuck you for that, and fuck you for throwing your own dealers under the bus because you don't want to own your own fucking policies. That was not just one dealer that provided that quote. That was numerous dealers that provided that quote for numerous different customers. How dare you throw them under the bus for doing what they were instructed to do by you? Continuing, because this just gets worse and worse. Upon further look, after checking, the battery case was impacted, causing a rupture of the internal cooling system.
How do you know? Okay.
You can't repair the internal cooling system. And we're not saying the lithium-ion cells were punctured. They're saying that the internal cooling system was ruptured. But wait, it gets better. They created a car that this gentleman was able to fast charge, that he was able to drive for several days with no error on his dashboard whatsoever, that had a malfunctioning and ruptured cooling system. So, in my opinion, one of two things is true. Behind door number one, the dealer is just lying about the extent of the damage here. They just didn't want to do the job. Behind door number two, the dealer is actually telling the truth about the extent of the damage, which means that that dealer is so negligent that they are willing to let this customer drive off the lot with a vehicle that has a ruptured cooling system that's cooling a 50 kilowatt hour battery right below him.
Right. A bomb under his feet.
And more importantly, which one is worse? That's gross negligence, in my opinion. In the words of the customer,
just a little piece of Israel underneath your feet.
This dealer told him that the battery could explode at any time. And I quote, the battery could explode at any time. The cooling system is ruptured. They let you just drive off with it. But again, but wait, it gets better and better and better. You know how everything is connected nowadays? You know how there's an application for everything? I have an application for my fucking fridge, my microwave, my toothbrush, my car, because supposedly that's going to make everything better. Not only does this car have a bullshit app and an internet connection like every other fucking device in my life that I don't want to have an internet connection, it doesn't benefit me. The car has diagnostics that you can access via the application, and it pushes it to you once a month. And as you can see over here on the Motormouth channel, where they took screenshots of the customer's application, you'll notice that it says no action required, and it has a green check mark next to every single thing inside of that application. So not only was there no error displayed on the dashboard, there was no error displayed in the application. So either again, A, there's no problem with the cooling system. B, the cooling system was ruptured, and they let this customer drive off with no error on his dashboard and no idea that the cooling system was ruptured, so that he could fast charge his car and go 80 miles an hour down the road and figure out then that he had a problem with his cooling system, after his car becomes a fireball. I'm sorry. Am I alone in my mistrust for dealers at this point? Am I unreasonable for having a mistrust in the manufacturer authorized repair center when these are the people that are spending millions upon millions of dollars trying to convince me that if I go to an independent that I'm going to be raped in a parking lot, when you can't even get your story straight? Or even worse, you have your story straight, but you're that fucking negligent. Earlier in the year, I did a video where I talked about the fact that Hyundai was marketing based on not making things in their car a paid subscription. And I thought that was a cool thing, and I thought they deserved a shout out for it. And one of the unfortunate parts on this channel, one of the negative things on this channel, is that almost every time I praise a company for doing the right thing, I have to do a retraction video several months later because of shit like this. Why, this is a common criticism. Like, why is this channel so negative? Why is it always talking about bad things all the time? My commentary is on repairability and the ability to say that you own what you bought and paid for. I would like nothing more than to come on this channel and say that this company that used to make unfixable devices has now made the devices more fixable in a real tangible way. I want to come out and say, this is the electric vehicle manufacturer that has a device that is already being mass manufactured and produced, that is of high quality, that meets all of NHTSA standards, that simultaneously, when there's a little...
That doesn't exist anymore because why? Because BlackRock is the financial manager of everything. So essentially makes everything the same corporation. So they don't care. You don't buy from Honda, you buy from Toyota, they're all under the same umbrella. So if you don't spend your money over here, you're spending it over there. And what are you getting for it? Digital locks, subscriptions, and no right to repair your own vehicles, and a bunch of plastic in places that shouldn't be plastic. Congratulations. We just quadrupled the price of cars, and now it's a rolling surveillance system.
On the bottom battery cover, they just replace it for you rather than give you a $60,000 bill. I would like nothing more than to report good news. It is unfortunate that in my particular vertical that I have been talking about on this channel for about 11 or 12 years now, independent repair, from the perspective of an independent repair shop owner, there just ain't that much good news. I'd like there to be good news. I'd like people that watch this channel to kind of get involved, be a little bit more active. Maybe if you work at one of these companies, say, hey, what the fuck are we doing? Well, I don't want to work at a company that does this bullshit. I'd like to try and actually change stuff. I'd like to be able to have the people that watch this stuff that maybe work at these companies go, hey, I know I only work in data science here, but like, can you explain to me why we're doing shit like this? Because this doesn't really seem to make sense. And I'm not really proud of the company I work at. It would be great if hundreds or thousands of people at these companies actually kind of started speaking up against this. It would be nice to introduce this back into the culture again. And it is my fervent hope that by covering this on a regular basis and going over the reality, which is not always very nice, I'd like to plant some seeds for trees that I may never actually live to enjoy the shade of. And that's okay with me. It may take 40 or 70 years to reverse this. I don't know, but I'd like to start getting the ball rolling. And it gets the ball rolling by pointing out the bullshit every single time we see it and making sure that it is not scapegoated on one company.
And we do the same thing with history and current events here, right? Pulling out the bullshit.
Industry. If you just blame Apple or you just blame electric vehicles, you're missing the point. Cell phones, laptops, vehicles, like literally you name it. It is unrepairable, closed box, cloud-connected bullshit that you don't have access to. And I'd like to see it change. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now. What I have on my desk over here, the server I've been punching, by the way, this is from my new setup. I've been accumulating a bunch of garbage since I've been moving, and I really haven't been setting up stuff properly. So in my closet, I have a
okay, we don't need to go into all that 2-year-old information on that anyway. All right. So that was that. Let's go back to the chat real quick, and then we'll go to the Instagram and I'll call it. There we go. Let me do a refresh. Are we out there yet? What do we get to 259 still? We got a little ways to go to get to 300. Not too bad. And let's see what the chat looks like on this side. Okay. Dear Yesin, I am maxed out of maxing, said Irvat. Let me move my head out of the way so you can see what I'm reading here. Can you pop that? Is that a poppable? But then I have to do this. Hold on. Copy. Paste. Let's see if I make it work. Nope. Huh. You'd think it would work. No, it doesn't, though. I tried to put it in its own tab, but it doesn't do that. And if I pop it up, then I'd have to find another whole browser thing because it doesn't show it on the screen. Anyway. Love yourself and take care of your body, mind, and soul, said Irvat. Then Hakeem C. Caron, whatever, with the restream. Why are you doing that? Why are you posting other people's shit? Why are you doing that? Did anybody ever knock? Irvat, you have a shield, my friend. What are you doing there? Get rid of this. We don't need that. We don't have to mute the user, but we can delete the bullshit diversion here. There you go. Thank you. Let's do a little refresh. Think. Now it's gone. Now you're gone. Instagram. First one. Right off the rip.
So now that we know that MK Ultra is real, do you think it's possible they could deploy that technology or something very similar through social media channels? Do you think it could be happening right now to millions of people all at once?
Facebook ran an experiment on 689,000 people and didn't tell a single one of them. Those weren't volunteers. Nobody signed up. They were literally just on the app.
Okay, and I have a question for you, and I want to know if anybody else experienced this. Because they're going to talk about something that was targeted. Certain people were selected, not everybody, but it was a targeted approach. Do you remember... I don't think they still do this, but there was a time back in 2011 where on Facebook, the only reason why I got on Facebook in like 2009, and it was only to promote a book that I had. And that's the only reason why I got Facebook at all. I didn't have Facebook all the way up until then. Do you recall these type of random, they weren't like, I guess it's like a poll that would pop up, but it would be like this really weird scenario about a raft or a boat, and there's an island, and you're trying to rescue people, and it was like a personality or maybe an empathy test where they were given 2 different options, or maybe 3, and it would ask you, if you do it this way, you're going to be able to, rescue this many people. If you do it this way, you might be in danger, but you rescue everybody. And it was asking, like, what would you choose and how would you go about doing it? Or you can do this other thing where you just don't send a bullet out for them at all. It's not your problem. But these things would pop up, and these weird things would jump into your feed every once in a while after you made those. You click through those things. I had it happen to me. So I'm just curious if anybody else remembers ever being pulled. Like, they would pop up as like a screen in front of your screen on Facebook. I don't know how rare that is, but it happened. I thought it was super weird. I didn't know what type of, personality test or whatever it was that they were trying to impart upon me or try to get, mine information out of me with. And then right after that, you would see, or at least I did, all this pro law enforcement shit about getting tickets. You need your, and then it was so weird. And then they would morph it into things like, you need your ticket to get to the thing. It was like this like ominous weird shit. It was all very just spooky shit. And I don't know. It was like an altered state of consciousness type of bullshit that I was looking at on my Facebook. And it would just pop up randomly.
Scrolling, liking their cousin's dumb vacation photos, and the whole time, a team of data scientists was reaching into their feeds and turning a dial. Feeding some of them sadness, and feeding others joy. And this wasn't to sell them stuff. It was just to see if they could change what those people felt without ever talking to them. And they could. They called it emotional contagion, and they even published it. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2014. This isn't some random file that got leaked. It's a peer-reviewed paper where they basically brag about it. And it worked. Emotions got manipulated to extremes, with no conversations and no contact. Just the machine quietly deciding what a few 100,000 people were gonna feel that day. You'd think—
Oh, and don't worry. Don't worry that it used to be called LifeLog, and it's definitely a government program that just happens to have a Zuckerberg as their little mascot. And who knows who he's the son of or what bloodline he actually came from. He kind of looks like a Rothschild. That guy who doesn't appear to have ever been a burn victim, but still looks like one. Nathan Rothschild, the younger one. He kind of looks like him.
I think somebody catches this. Cornell's name was on the study. Every university has a board, an IRB, and the entire job of that board is to stop this exact thing from happening. You don't get to run experiments on human beings without them knowing. That's the one rule. Cornell's board later admitted they never looked at it at all. In Facebook's defense, you agreed to this. It was in the terms of service. The terms of service said nothing about psychological research. Not a word. They just decided agree to use the app also meant agree to be experimented on. And here's the part that should really mess with you.
That's
In
fine.
1977, a Senate committee—
So next time somebody says terms of service don't mean anything, it's because most people don't read them, and it's in the scope of you view it as in the scope of the app itself, not what they have just asked from you, and you're relating it all back to the app. But there's better ways of saying the app, the interface between you and your friends or whatever. You're thinking it has to do with that when there are no limitations. It's not saying for the Facebook app, it's saying they have access to do this to you, period. So anytime someone tries to motormouth that away or give you a bunch of excuses, or here's the best one that I just heard personally directly to me. It's just like every other TOS. Well, every other TOS has the same problem because it's a standardized, normalized thing. Why do I need to have a contract signed in order to use something that people you would think who are presenting the app would want you to use? So why are you making it more difficult for them to use it? Why do you have to have terms and conditions to go along with it? It's not about safety. They don't give a shit about anybody. They rape and eat babies. So why are they so determined to get you to contract with them? And why do you think that contract, especially if it's a governmental body in disguise, why do you think they need that? And what permissions are you actually giving them? Because when you're thinking it all through the mind and what can Facebook possibly do? It's just an app. Well, maybe that permission was a permission in your daily life, day-to-day life, to be monitored, surveilled, XYZ, threat assessed, or be held accountable for whatever the hell else that they decide to throw at you in the future. Well, you signed the terms of service. You're the human centipede now.
drags the CIA into a room over MK-Ultra, a program built to screw with the minds of American citizens without their consent. It gets defunded, files are destroyed, at least most of them, and we all get handed this promise. Never again. Never again does anybody run mind control experiments on the public in the dark. That promise did not last long. And in this instance that happened to make it into the public awareness, nobody had to break in. Nobody hid anywhere. They wrote it up and put it in a journal and stuck a university's name on the front page. So no, the question was never, did they do it? They told us they did it. The question is, how the hell is this still legal now? And why almost none of us even flinched?
Well, normalization. And you don't do it to everybody, you do it to a small group of people. Everybody else just carries on with their life, not advocating for others because they're keeping their head down and moving forward. Ah, 2 in a row, guys. 2 in a row with the Instagram. Are you effing kidding me? This is what happens when you have OnlyFans at your gym. OnlyFans girls.
This is absolutely disgusting. This girl sitting on a bar for her OF and then continues to rub herself on the bar. Honestly, like, gym members and gym owners need to do better. They need to report this kind of thing, stop this thing happening in the gym. It's just absolutely disgusting behavior. And I don't condone. Don't condone any of it. Do better. Get the ball cap. You're sick. I'm gonna get you back, Eddie. I'm gonna get you back.
Oh, this is sick. This is our friend Jax. Jax was on the show before. Jax was on with Deadeye Two Tongues, and he was on Mono a Mono.
I have hundreds of.
This is sad. This is so sad and sick. So, you know, Bonnie Blue, probably unfortunately, she is a gangbang queen out of the UK. Well, it looks like she has an awful lot of spray tan on these days. And she is plumping up because she was impregnated by one of the 8 billion dicks that's been in her, usually on the same day. 8 billion. And here's how she's celebrating her pregnancy. I think the last theme was one of them was going to be chosen to get her pregnant, or maybe it was just everybody gets to come inside her that day, and we'll just see what happens, see what color it comes out, because she's screwing Somalis probably too, and South Saharans and all kinds of shit. It's pretty repulsive. So, fair warning before we move forward here.
Men downstairs, and I'm going to take every single one of them, all whilst pregnant. Okay, so
Take every one of them whole whilst pregnant. So they're going to all ejaculate inside of her with the baby inside of her. This is what she just said.
I'm going to hydrate this boy, so hopefully I don't cause too much damage. I'm all about health and safety throughout pregnancy, and I'm going to make sure I stay super hydrated. Maybe I'll put on them in return for something.
She spit into one of the cups. Did you see that?
The thing is, my bladder is so small. I have actually spat in one of them. And like I said, I'm not staying healthy throughout pregnancy. I'm hydrated, and my skin is going to be glowing after this.
How is it that there's that many degenerate men out there that were all lined up for that? They were all lined up for that.
It's fun. It's a twist on the baby shower. I'll be having sex with the people as well as, and it's going to be like a mixture of wholesome baby shower games, like the traditional trying different baby food, along with other fluids added in there.
Now I'm uncomfortable. This is your baby. This is your child.
Yeah. Again, my body, this is what I'm choosing.
Yeah, this is the most debaucherous thing I've ever seen in my life, I think. It's one thing to, like, you know, like sex work, like prostitution is the oldest trade. It is what it is. It's human nature, to be honest, to an extent. But when you involve a child, first of all, how my body, like, you're involving your child, so it's not really my body, my choice. Like, anyone that even defends this is worse than me. Like, this kid's chance of making it past.
And that's the thing, because he's a psychopath, this gentleman. He's our friend. If they're worse than him, meaning psychopaths. So here's the thing: either you're a murderer or you're a killer. A murderer does bad things to innocent people and asserts their dominance over them and terrorizes people. A killer stops that behavior and prevents the murderer from murdering anymore. So if you need to sleep at night and you're a psychopath, you could be that killer. You could be that Dexter. You could be that vigilante or warrior, noble warrior. Still scratch your itch, but do it on the people who deserve it. And I think it would be a public service if more psychopaths were allowed to do the thing. I also think that good people who are just regular people who are able to understand that they're the first line of defense, they're the law, because the law has and the justice system has left the building, that they could do. And this is how it's always meant to be. We are the ones that will be doling out the justice the best because it's happening to us, our community, our families. Who better to make sure that the perpetrators of the crimes get the full consequences, or, you know, are held accountable for their actions? The liberal judge, or whatever else you want to call those judges, or the people who they affect.
School is actually like 1%. Think about it. Like, it's one thing, like, oh, here's a video of your mom, but it's like your nickname's dickhead all automatically. Like, make no mistake, this is fucking evil. This is real, actual evil, and this is why.
And psychopaths aren't. You can't equate a psychopath to evil. There are some evil psychopaths. There's some sociopaths. Most sociopaths are pretty evil. They are indifferent to human suffering, and except to the point where they enjoy doing it because it's the only thing that gives them a rise or a sense of feeling anything, because they're dead inside. And they just escalate and do worse and worse things to human beings because human beings are play toys to them. This describes the entire cult of what is now called Judaism, but what is this Saturn cult, the Abrahamic death cult trio.
Have like a fantasy job of being like the Pope's executioner just to send a message. This isn't tolerated in our society. You don't mix babies with your little like clickbait sex work thing. You don't do that. That's not a thing we're going to allow. Because I can't say my real plans, but I'll say this. If you give me 19 minutes and a wet towel, she wouldn't consider doing something like this ever again. Ever again. Believe me when I tell you. I just truly don't think it would take that long to make her see reason. You'd be surprised how convinced you could be in a short amount of time. I'll say that. But what I'm arguing is that the psychopaths in our society are a wasted resource and should be used accordingly on debaucherous shit like this to maintain some fucking order.
All those in favor, say aye in the comments. Aye. I just said mine.
Hey, Doc, what is that thing?
That thing pisses me off every time I see it, and here's why. So people look at it and they think, oh, that must mean some kind of like symbol of medicine or healthcare or
Asclepius?
something. That
Nope.
rod with the two snakes going around it and the
But this is assuming that the Asclepius thing is actually good too, and it's not. It is not. And they know how important copper is. It actually plays a role in snake venom treatment too. Isn't that something?
To the top, right? Wrong. What they're thinking of is the rod of Asclepius, which is a single snake going around a rod. No wings, no other
The other thing is Mercury or Hermes, but Mercury.
snake. And that was the staff that was carried by Asclepius, who's the Greek god of health and healing.
But he wasn't a god. We gotta stop doing that shit.
That thing, the staff with the two snakes going around it and the wings at the top, that is a caduceus. A caduceus was carried by Hermes, who's the Greek god of commerce and lying and deceit.
Jews. Right. And that's also Hermes. Hermes and I'm sorry, he said Hermes. Also Mercury. It was carried over to be Mercury, and he has sometimes wings on his helmet too. But the wings on the staff as well. Remember, why did this get into the Greek culture? Is it because it's Greek? Or is it because Ptolemy, with a P, educated a bunch of these oives before they had that oive name with the Greek culture? So they had, or the Greek education, so they learned how to read and write in Greek. And then they started infiltrating the culture, infiltrating the histories, and became undifferentiated from any other Greek-sounding name in history that was either a historian, a scholar, or a, an important philosopher or whatever of the past. They kind of blend in with it, and you don't actually understand that they're on purpose, that they're part of this cult, this moon cult, and it's their influence and their attributes or their practices in this cult that has been around for a while, even back in this time period. Goes all the way back to, remember, the Edda 5,000 years ago. It's their influence on the culture, and it's funny that they need a god to protect the merchants, thieves, right? What is the two things that are common to Hermes and Mercury? Speed. Mercury's a little Speedy Gonzales. Why? Because you get something every time you're fucking everybody over in a town and poisoning them. Well, you got to get up and run away. You're slick. You're like Crisco from head to toe. They can't even get a grasp on you when you're evading them.
And it's actually the symbol that's been adopted by insurance companies and many other for-profit organizations within the dysfunctional American healthcare system.
Yeah, and it's also the penis of Baphomet.
So actually, it's a pretty appropriate symbol for those things, if you ask me. So remember, one snake going around, you can trust them.
No, you can't. You didn't need to do that part. No, you do not. You do not trust. This is still the serpent cult, regardless. Whether it's one snake or two.
That's good. Two snakes going around, bad. Don't trust them.
Thanks, Doc. Hey, Doc, what is...
This guy thinks he knows something. Alex Markovic here says, the symbol is much more. Two energies, male and female, meeting on top, and what is then enlightenment in the pineal gland. This is all bullshit. I'm sure this is exactly what the cult wants you to believe in when you're being inundated with the symbol. But that's this really cool alchemical thing, and it's all about enlightenment, bro. Do you believe in aliens too, buddy? Do you go to Contact in the Desert? Do you believe in Nordics in spacecraft that are going to come and hang out with Trump and fix everything? The white hats? Is that where you're going with this? And he says also Hermes is the messenger of the gods. Well, the gods weren't even the gods. First of all, that's also a misunderstanding. Hermes is also Thoth. Oh, here we go. Hermes is also everything. Like Moses. Principals is like a... Principals? Oh, okay. Principals. And it would PLES anyway if it was principles. I think. I could be wrong that part. I think the principal with an A, I think is like the person guy, right? Isn't it principles?
What is that thing?
Right. Oh God. Remember we were just looking at this? We were just looking at this with that lady's microscopy video. Use CDS to detox m83heals.com. Nope. Johns Hopkins University confirms you can be vaccinated with a PCR swab test without knowing. Remember how they were so insistent? Remember I told you they were so insistent at the Yuma Regional Medical Center when I had broken my wrist in a car accident? And I didn't want... They wanted me to spit in a cup. I'm like, I'm not here for that. I'm here because I had an urgent surgery. They wanted plates and pins in my arm, and I needed to get the stupid cast off, the half cast. And they said I had to get a PCR test in order to do that. And I went through the whole entire process of writing all these documents to state otherwise, that you don't get to do that. I'm not even signing the electronic sign-in thing. You're going to print it out for me. I'm going to sign it. I'm going to line out what I don't agree with. None of this is going to happen during COVID time because you're not going to false positive me for something that doesn't exist and then quarantine me from my family or tell me I can't continue running my business that provides for our bills. At that time, I still had the store. You're not going to do any of that. I'm not going to let you perpetuate or perpetrate whatever your fraud upon me and my family by even giving you what you're asking for. I said, but I will. I said you're not gonna assault me with something or a battery, whatever fuck, tort and trespass basically too, if I'm not willfully or if I'm being coerced or extorted of something. My genetic material. I said, I will spit in a cup. I will go over to LabCorp, which you guys work with for all of your lab stuff. And they said, that's not admissible. Why were they so insistent and why were they so okay with being insistent on these things? Why did I have to have something rubbed on me? Johns Hopkins University developed tiny star-shaped micro devices called Theragrippers that attach to the intestinal mucosa and can deliver drugs into the body in October 2020 at John. So, and then what we talk about with nano. And so many of those fibers that they were pulling off of these PCR tests, some of them were like fiber optic filaments and others were metal, and they were magnetic. Why do you need all that for a fucking Q-tip tip? Ooh.
Yowzers, I bet you could kick the bark off a redwood, kick the plaster off my house, or even kick the skin off my body. Now why would she do any of these things? The point is she has excellent conditioning in her shin bones. Now how do you get the same? Well, it all starts with this thing right here. A heavy bag is the perfect tool for which to make your shins dense. Start by throwing round kicks to the midsection of the bag, where it's often going to be much softer. This is because as people hit this damn thing, all the material tends to settle more towards the bottom. So think of it in terms of levels. Easy mode, medium mode, hard, which ironically is also the density of that bag at the bottom. Hard. And as this becomes easy and less painful with full power, you go lower. Same thing as this gets easier, and finally this. But what happens when it all becomes too easy? That's probably the issue that lady ran into. So she kept finding denser objects until eventually she was just straight up bending steel poles with her shin. Now, do you need to be able to do that to be a good fighter or self-defense efficient? No. And will she be able to feel the lower half of her legs when she's in her mid-60s? Also probably no. Just use the damn heavy bag, and when it's easy to kick on hard mode, you're good. Ooh.
Happening. Mind you, I'm doing this full time trying to map out how to be a lawyer. It's a nightmare, and luckily my business was destroyed, so I have nothing better than to try to create this system and they've been doing this.
Yes, Family Court. It says our founding fathers created a system that should have been followed. Family Court does not follow it. Family Court's not even real fucking court. It's, again, working through the corporate commerce bullshit because you're property. And they don't have the right to even interfere with that relationship. They don't have a jurisdiction to be doing that. You going to them is already surrendering whatever it is that these people. So they should, you would think, if given that trust, that they would honor it and not be demons. But it's quite the opposite, just like with everything else that this cult does. Whenever you trust it, you pay for that. You pay for it with your life most of the time. Going into family court, you've already surrendered. It's a horrible, wicked, evil system, and neither one of the parents should ever drag the other one into a situation like that, ever.
To parents and fathers since the 70s. It makes me absolutely sick. So everybody out here that's 60 years old, this same extortion ring's been ran on them since they were a baby. It's insane. This family court shit is not good. So what they're doing is they're extorting the heads of every family. So if you just cut the head off the snake and you destroy every family, it destroys the children. The children are raised without fathers, and it destroys the whole nation. So,
and don't think that these aren't playing a role with it. I'm telling you, they're forming something destructive in your child's mind when it comes to their relationship with you. And it's not about the material, the programming, or the messages in that sense. It's the stuff that's flickerated into their brain.
Biggest problem in the whole world right now that needs to be solved. If love is everything and they're stealing your loved ones and you can't really, concentrate on living, that's a big problem. So let's see. What I'm doing now, learning the local rules myself in Spokane, LSPR 94.04, the rules are public. They're just never handed over to a self-represented parent, which is why we're mapping all this. Nobody's ever posted everything in one spot. They've never put the map. They've never made the training or the tutorials. So we're making it digestible in different levels. This is going to turn into a game. We're recruiting literally developers to turn this into Ready Player One. Anybody that comes against me here, it's going to be their fucking worst nightmare. Let's see.
Don't say anything like that until it's proven, because you don't understand their tricks yet. You don't understand. Everybody goes under the assumption that there has to be some sort of logic, sensibility, and reason that even the worst of the worst corrupt people would have to follow because of saving face with the rest of the public. The rest of the public isn't watching your family court case, and they don't really have accountability. So it doesn't, whatever you think you're going to go in there and have their worst nightmare, go ahead and show some victory, some success implementing your theory, regardless of how legally and lawfully sound it is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the rules are rigged. The game's rigged, I mean.
Separating my lanes, enforce the existing orders.
Is he wearing meta glasses too?
Me now versus modify. Block until adequate cause. My real emergency is getting the deed signed to my house isn't foreclosed. So my ex-wife, the only thing she had to do was sign the quitclaim deed after I paid her $130,000. She refuses to do that. CR 70 is going to have the court sign it when she doesn't.
So he's probably living in that painting van.
Let's see. So they go off of feelings in family court. They actually are scared of numbers. And if you submit a spreadsheet, they go, what is this? A spreadsheet? So I think if we're going off of feelings and stuff, and they're using commissioners, we should probably, so it's basically like a king or whatever. It's just tyrannical rule. So we should probably figure out what their life experiences are, like their merit, their character, their achievements, so we can see if their feelings are actually adequate for ruling over people's lives and children. That's going to be a good upgrade. Let's see. Ordering the transcript, documenting everything, getting it backed up. I would highly suggest that you have a transcript of everything that's happened. That needs to go into Case Builder. The message that's...
He sounds like he's a little... It's, sounds a little naive.
Landing,
and feminine.
Family court system isn't hard because your case is hard. It's hard because this procedure is a maze. Nobody gives you the map. I will. One important caution. Let's see. I'm going to end it here because I'm going to make sure I get this into 2 different.
Okay, see.
I know it's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow because I was one of those people who didn't want to believe it. But when you hear people like me tell you that they're all drug addicts and pedophiles, let me explain. Big shout out to the Patriot Blonde over on X. She goes by @I am Breck Warsham, and she says, meanwhile, MAGA Republican Party chairman Matthew Riley was found passed out in his car with a crack pipe in his hand and crack inside the vehicle. He has now resigned. The chairman of the Republican Party was passed out in his vehicle with crack in his car and a crack pipe in his hand. So let's just break this down from a drug addict standpoint. You don't just randomly end up smoking crack and passing out in your car. Like, think about that. People who smoke crack are up for like eons. So this dude was on such a bender that he somehow was so strung out inside of a parking lot, most likely outside of like Washington, D.C., probably in one of the parking lots out there. And people probably thought he was dead and they realized there was crack and this dude's passed out and he's uncoherent. Okay, so they called the cops on him and then they found crack and coke and whatever. Like, it's so vile and disgusting that these people are all fucking strung out. They're all junkies. They're all probably in the inner worms, inside Congress, in the halls, blowing lines, doing fatties, going into their offices.
And remember, these people are typically recruited from someplace. Jail, sometimes. Other places as well. They are selected because of their weaknesses, because they're a lot easier to manipulate and keep in line. And that's why everything has one voice, regardless of what stupid costume it's wearing. It's all part of the corporate freaking charade of political theater anyway.
They can drink on the job. Each politician pretty much has an open bar in their chambers, in their office. So they can drink, they can get drunk, they can go to the floor and vote while intoxicated. Meanwhile,
how many orgies do you think are going on with all these old wrinkly bodies? Do you think Pelosi is a disgusting whore? She's probably hosting.
You can't get a job at a factory if you smoke a joint. Meanwhile, our politicians who write...
I don't think you should be able to work at a factory if you're smoking a joint either. There's put other people in danger with their slow response.
Laws that dictate
especially if you're dicking around with a freaking forklift.
Our life are all either bought off, bribed, pedophiles, or they're drug addicts, and they're probably getting supplied by the APAC dealer. Do you know how many fucking dealers APAC probably has on fucking standby?
Well, these are all probablys and whatever, if it's true or not, but you don't just go, I'm going to go off on a tangent here and just do a bunch of, speculation. It's not reporting.
This shift involves so many of you that I have to make it a 2-part episode. You told yourself you could not live without it. The doorbell that shows you who is outside. The thermostat you control from your phone. The speaker that answers every question you ask out loud. The washer that tells you when the cycle is done. You bought all of it. You installed all of it.
We didn't.
Invited all of it
shit
in. And every single one of them is watching you. In 2015, Klaus Schwab documented Shift 9 in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. He called it the connected home. The tipping point was over 50% of internet traffic delivered to homes for appliances and devices. Not for entertainment, not for communication, for the
Holy
devices
shit, it's 2
running
o'clock in the
your
morning?
house. 70% of the experts expected that to happen by 2025. So here is what the book said was already changing in 2015. Home automation was enabling people to control lights, shades, ventilation, air conditioning, audio, video, security system, and appliances remotely. The home was becoming a network. And the book cited Nest as the early proof of the concept. An internet-connected thermostat and smoke detector that could sense what you needed and adjust everything automatically. In 2014, Nest announced a partnership with Mercedes-Benz. Your car could tell your thermostat to turn the heat up before you arrived home. Think about what that means. Your car knew where you were, your home responded before you walked in, and a third-party platform was sitting in the middle of it. That was 2014. Now, look at your house in 2026. The Ring camera at your front door is not just recording video, it has facial recognition capability. You can opt out, but the data is still there. The MyQ garage opener does not just open your garage, it logs every time your garage opens, what time you leave, what time you come home, who comes and who goes. Amazon can now deliver a package inside your garage while you're not even at home.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can also plant other bugs in there if there wasn't enough surveillance that you elected to have in there in the first place. Just because someone's wearing a costume saying that as a legitimate slave worker doesn't mean that that's what they are. Nobody's gonna think twice. They roll up in your house. Maybe they install a little device into your water system so it slowly makes you nuts or dead,
Gave them access, you thought it was convenient. The Samsung smart washer and dryer, got a fancy word called bespoke, are not just doing your laundry and cooking meals, they are connected to the internet, reporting usage data.
Bespoke is awfully cryptic, grimoire bullshit speak, isn't it? Sounds awful Old Testament.
Feeding behavioral patterns back to manufacturers. The Alexa or Google Home sitting on your counter is always listening, and this isn't some conspiracy. That is stated as a functionality of the product. Every single one of these devices is a data collection point. Inside the place you consider the most private, your home. And here's what I need you to understand. You did not see it as surveillance, you saw it as convenience. That is exactly how it was designed to feel.
You gonna go fishing? Because I would, the tall grass there, I would totally be fishing right now. You're gonna a little bit overcast. If it's just right, you're gonna be nailing bass like crazy, or sunfish, depending on what size of lure you're using.
Schwab documented
it'd be fun.
The negative impacts in 2015: privacy, surveillance.
Oh, he is on a boat. I'm on a boat.
Cyber attacks, crime, vulnerability, all listed before any of these products were in your home. The convenience is the mechanism. You are not paying for these features with money. You are paying with data, your patterns, your habits, your schedule, your behavior inside your own home. And you keep buying more. Stay with me for part 2 because this goes deeper than your living room. You need to see who is actually on the other side of all of this. Now, this was part 1 of the Deep Shift series. I'm breaking down every shift the World Economic Forum.
All right, that's cool.
I think I am starting to experience burnout for
Did we see this last time?
First time. Not because I'm posting on Instagram every day talking about whatever issue we are facing, but because there is no accountability for those issues, and I think this is a feeling of despair, to be honest, and a little bit of hopelessness.
Right. The more we talk about it, everybody discusses it, but nothing, because everybody's waiting for somebody to do something. The things that we're reporting on should indicate that there is nobody that's going to police them because the criminals don't put themselves in jail and they own the system. And eventually it'll click that, if we want something to happen, if we want accountability and consequences for bad behavior to actually occur in the world to create balance, order, and justice, that's on us. That's what we're supposed to do. That's literally our purpose. Always has been.
Because look at what has happened this week. It has just been another onslaught of bad news. Like, let's take the big picture stuff and we'll work down to the smaller stuff. We're fighting Iran again, all because of one man, two men, technically, Trump and Netanyahu, right? We have a Congress that has completely abdicated their duty to rein in a rogue executive, and people across the Middle East are getting slaughtered. For what? For what? Absolutely nothing. And Congress just could not give a shit. They care more about getting an endorsement from Donald Trump than they do about protecting their country. A National Guard soldier in Memphis shot and killed a citizen, and it was just a normal day in an occupied city of the United States because the governor is using the National Guard as a police force for an obscenely long amount of time. The Mexican-American citizen that was just killed by ICE agents, yeah, good luck having any sort of justice for him because you can shoot and kill white Americans. You can actually disarm them on live TV, shoot them in the back, and then nothing happens to those agents. So how on earth do you expect anything to happen for a Mexican citizen?
Oh, fuck you. Like, you think white people get prioritized with better treatment? That was a dumb statement. The fact that he was a minority is the best thing he has going for him. You dumbass.
Right?
As far as the system and the fucking judges. Ugh.
Someone who had all of their paperwork in order.
Who cares? When they start bumping off they have been, but actual European, ethnic European Americans wholesale as the little checker that they are.
Apparently. And then
that's all you had. That's all you had. All right, cool. Yeah, is that an AI? It's got to be.
Today, Erica Kirk faces the man accused of killing her husband Charlie Kirk in court for the first time. But while the media focuses on the trial, many Americans are less than convinced by the official story. From the high-caliber round that somehow didn't pass through the soft tissue of his neck, to the crime scene being paved over the following day, an aggressive silencing of Charlie's closest friend Candace Owens, when she began questioning the strange...
She's a fraud too. They're all frauds. Everything's a fucking act.
...inconsistencies in the official story. Adding to the suspicion, while Charlie had long been a vocal pro-Israel voice in politics and was heavily funded by Jewish donors, he openly stated he was abandoning the pro-Israel cause in the last days of his life, claiming the donors were beginning to resemble every negative stereotype he had once rejected. Charlie was also opposed to a war with Iran, calling it on multiple occasions Israel's war, and was even heard arguing with top Trump advisors in the White House against such an action. Just days later, he was assassinated. Turning Point USA wasted no time in...
See, just think about it. If he devoted more of his time to playing basketball, he'd probably still be around. He was 6'5", I think.
Replacing Charlie with his wife Erica, a woman who comes with her own long list of controversies and questions, including
why is her head so big? And why are her shoulders so narrow? And how did that type of body ever win a pageant? She's not attractive.
A foreign orphanage in a country she's been banned from.
Oh yeah, and she ate kids. That's the other thing, yeah.
Erica has openly and publicly demanded that Candace enter investigation.
That looks like a dude. That's right up on par with Mike. Big Mike right there.
Into her husband's death.
She doesn't always look like a dude, but that picture looked like a dude.
Famously saying,
"Stop."
TPUSA has been in damage control since they failed to successfully ship Erica to the public.
Don't look at me.
Even releasing an AI video.
Did she steal Janet Jackson's outfit? Let me see. There you go. Yep. That's Erica Kirk's outfit. So she has a little bit more bedazzle on hers. This one here. Oh, too much. Why did I remember that?
Of Charlie Kirk saying,
I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me.
Yeah, that was AI, bro.
Erica would do a great job.
And when the public called them
just in case I get murdered, I'm not saying I'm gonna, but just in case. Of course it's AI.
Oh, TPUSA attempted to sell the story.
I got yelled at for calling it Toilet Paper USA by some fags on. It doesn't help that you call it Toilet Paper USA if you want people to take you seriously. I'm like, I don't think that people who would respond like that are people I would want to take me seriously because I don't take them seriously.
That they were trolling the public with the video, and that we were never meant to believe it was real in the first place, which is less believable than the video itself. Many questions are left without an answer, and it is clear that Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk are doing everything within their power to keep it that way. Today, Erica Kirk faces
the faults. She faces Israel, and she faces the CIA, and she faces the feds. Oh no, just the fake guy, the guy that didn't actually do it. Yeah, that guy. I think we're gonna call it right about there. Because I'm tired, and I didn't realize how late it was, and I apologize for keeping you up for so long. What an ass I am. I guess when you're having fun, and I was gone for a whole day, so I get like double whammy day, I guess. So is that what I'm going to go with? Let's go with that, yeah. Well, thank you. Oh, just heard voices. Let's see, STD maxing. Great is gone. That barbell has a snail trail now from that body. Yeah. STD maxing says Homocoma. Erva says that blue creator is dead inside. Bladder might be small, but other things down there probably are not. Yes, bubblegum. Bubblegum. She is the town scooter. Bonnie blue creature is dead inside, said Ervat. Dan, have a great weekend, buddy. You too, sir. You guys have a great one. I'll be back tomorrow. I got the farmer's market at night, so that's going to be fun. But I did get a bunch of sauce made. I got some labels here. Well, bam! I got to put on. And then, yeah, 7 to 11 is the market, but I think I have to set up at 5. I'm going to try to get one in before I because getting back here at 12 o'clock, or midnight, right around probably. It's not a good time to be putting on a show. Wish me luck, though. Hopefully I'll get something going on there. And to you, too. All right, guys, let's see. We got anything over here? Yet. All right, to the 4 of you guys over here. All right. Good night. I think I heard my daughter, though, so I'm going to say good night to her. Bye. Oh, and buy me coffee, thank you. Yes. And thank you again, Edward Snowman, for being